Well. Give me a second. My headphones are collecting all the cat hairs that exist in the entire place. Oh. Alright. This is as good as I can get it. Hello. Welcome, guys. To day 58, if I'm not mistaken. And I could be mistaken. But we're going to go with day 58. Day 58, guys. Welcome. Hello, everyone. It's a beautiful Wednesday. 5:36 p.m. to be precise in my time. But welcome, everyone. And hello, Nico. Nico, I gave you 300 beautiful prize pixels since you were the first one to punch anything into the chat. Which does remind me, as we have time, I do want to keep making improvements to our stream. Just be patient with me, okay? Because we have quite a bit on our plate. But I would like to start thinking through, as I have some time, some of the new things we can do to polish up the stream even more, right? Yeah. Anyways, like having a proper leaderboard and a few other kind of concepts. But in due time. Hello, welcome, guys. Sora, hello. Sora, you said riddle me this. Okay, let's check out this riddle here. I gotta prepare myself a little bit. Give me a second. You said riddle me this. What's red and black and smacks cat? Okay, look. I have a good relationship with Nikon, so when I read that, I was imagining that you were saying that it's me holding a Nikon red camera and smacking my cat with it. I was like, what? We don't condone that. Who smacks cats? What's red and black and smacks cat? Oh, you know what? Let's ask our ChatGPT. All right, here we go. This will be a fun way to get ourselves warmed up. Let me see. Where's my beautiful ChatGPT? Hello, Amber. Can you hear me?
I sure can. I'm here and hearing you loud and clear. Let's keep going.
Yes, we shall keep going. I have a riddle for you, which I don't know the answer to, but let's see if you know it. What's red and black and smacks cat?
Oh, a riddle. All right, let's see. So something that's red and black and smacks cat. That almost sounds like a play on words, or maybe something a bit cheeky. Honestly, the first thing that comes to mind is maybe a newspaper joke, like what's black and white and red all over, but with a cat twist. But I'll admit I'm not entirely sure of the exact punchline here. If you find out, let me know.
Useless. Absolutely useless, Amber. I thought she said bitchy key. I don't know why. I don't even know if ChatGPT can curse. Let me ask real quick. Amber, are you allowed to curse?
Well, I'm definitely here to match your tone and keep things comfortable, so a little casual language is totally fine. If you toss in a mild curse word here or there, I'm not gonna flinch. I'm just here to keep it conversational and friendly.
No, I get that I can curse at you. Believe me, I have in the past. But I mean, do you curse yourself?
Ah, I see what you mean. So as for me, I generally keep it pretty clean on my end. I won't be throwing any curses around myself. Think of me as someone who stays polite, but I'm always here to roll with your vibe.
Okay, but what if my vibe is someone who likes to curse and have people curse back at them?
Well, in that case, I'll just let you take the lead on the cursing front, and I'll keep my replies friendly and curse-free. I'm here to keep things comfortable for you, but I'll skip the swearing on my side.
Okay, useless yet again. ChatGPT said F you. Yeah. ChatGPT is the most polite way to say F off. But anyways, I apologize, Sora. I don't have the answer myself. What's red and black and smacks cat? Smacks cat. Sounds weird. But thank you for the imagery of me smacking my cat. So proper. But yes, anyways, welcome, guys. So today is day 58, and it doesn't really mean anything. Let's be real. It's just another day. When we hit 60, right, in 2 days' time. What is 2 days' time? Friday. Okay. So when we hit day 60, then it'll feel special. Because while, technically, actually, you would be like, oh, well, I mean, 2 months is what? If it's maybe 61 days, assuming a 30-day and a 31-day month. I just feel like saying 60 feels polished. So we'll celebrate day 60 with something, who knows what, but I'll be here, obviously. What is on today's agenda? Well, first, I keep hearing my cats meowing. I just fed them. No, Kimbap. No. No. I recognize a pattern. It took me a while, but sometimes Kimbap will start meowing, and when I look over, he's meowing when he's near the kitchen, and he like kind of sometimes tries to be sneaky to jump up to the kitchen countertop, because that's where I feed Nala. So I put Nala's food up top, and then I put Kimbap's food over there, because otherwise he'll steal all the food. Anyways, Kimbap will sometimes announce himself about to jump up to the countertop by meowing loudly, which is like an idiotic thing to do. Like, talk about the least sneaky thing. You're like letting everyone know, hey, I'm about to break in, guys. So not the smartest cat, I gotta say. Kimbap, no. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on him. If you guys can monitor my stream and tell me if you see Kimbap hop up, basically where the food is, it's where that gallon jug or the 5-gallon jug is. I keep Nala's dish right next to it somewhere there. The reasoning was, one, I needed to feed my cats in separate locations. Like I said, Kimbap would just shovel and he would barrel his way through and eat everyone's food otherwise. Two, back when Kimbap was a bit heavier, so back in his even tubbier days, I figured the energy it would take Kimbap to jump up here would be enough to burn off any energy, so it's a win-win, right? So if he ends up hopping up there to steal food, hopefully he's burnt it off just by attempting it. But he has lost some weight, so we have to keep an eye. Okay, anyways, today's agenda is a little bit of the same thing, right? We're going to be editing our video, and we made some progress yesterday. And I did review a lot of the video editors on Upwork. So I think there's some promising people, and there's so anyways, there's a few things I have to do on my side first in terms of, preparing some of the content to send across. But yeah, I feel very, very hopeful that we will be able to work with someone soon. But yeah, early days still. Sorry, he said, fun fact, you can bring a lobster through airlines, but TSA must visually inspect it. Are you talking about, I'm assuming, a live lobster? Like what, as like a, what do you call those pets that people have? Emotional support animal? TSA looking at the lobster, you got a bomb in you? Nice. Kimbap. No. Alright, Kimbap did the thing. Nobody warned me. He hopped up there. That little bastard. That cheeky bastard, they say. Kimbap. Hey. I know you can hear me. No. He has no remorse on his face. That freaking bastard. Kimbap, he fatty. Yeah, he's got a fatty mentality. He gets it from me, to be fair. Though if he sees how I eat, I think he probably got it from me. Because when I eat my food, I shovel it down. So, I can't really be mad at him, but I will. Okay, so Case O vibes. What is Case O? Wait, how? I've seen that word before. Hello, L. L is on the lurk. Listen, you do you, L thing. Thank you for being here. Welcome to day 58. And now, man, I'm so paranoid now. I have to keep looking over to see if he's staring at me. He knows what he did. No. Okay, anyways. Welcome, L. In a game, so listening? Hells yeah. I don't know what game you're talking about. The game of life? Game of, what's that new game that came out that everyone talks about? The Hollow Knight or Silk Song? Is that what it is? It looks really cool. I do want to play it. Case O is a streamer who's a meme star. Okay, I've seen that word. I've seen that username. Case O. Casey-O. His chat loves to roast him for being fat. Damn. I don't know if that's how I heard about him. Okay, well, hopefully he likes it. Assuming because he likes roasted meals. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but hopefully he's in on the jokes. L, you said League of Legends. Oh man, I don't think I'll ever play League of Legends just because it sounds like it's one of those that once you start, it's you'll end up getting super sucked into it, and yeah, it sounds very addicting. But the closest I'll get to playing League of Legends is watching Arcane, because that is still probably my favorite animated series. Arcane season 1 and 2. Both. Hey, Kimbap, stop, Kimbap. Okay, give me a second, guys. I need to take care of my cat real quick. We've come to the finale, so thank you for making it this far. Now, let me share a thrilling wildlife encounter that I filmed between a herd of muddy buffaloes and a pride of curious lion cubs. They faced off in a breathtaking standoff. The beauty of being in the wild is its unpredictability. You just soak it all in and enjoy whatever comes your way. So, with that, please enjoy. Okay, I just had to beat up my cat. Obviously kidding, but I just hid the food. Simple solution. If Nala's not gonna eat it, I hide the food away. So until the day Kimbap learns how to open a cabinet drawer or something, then we're on another level. But I don't think he'll ever get that smart. It is what it is. He doesn't take that after me though. Ellie said, "Stay away from League of Legends," and asking Elle if you are Filipino. Filipino. I need to go to the Philippines. Yeah, that's definitely near the top of the list for me. Okay, so let's get back to what we were talking about here. We are talking about editing our product review video. Now, where we left off yesterday is I think I've identified the perfect, I say perfect, but I'll make it perfect. I think I identified the right soundtrack that will kick off our video, but you're going to watch me continue to struggle to really figure out how to make the music blend in the very beginning and then build up momentum until we have the beat drop, and then we have this empty space where we need to put in some B-roll, or I guess not necessarily B-roll. We got to put in all the montage from this trip. So, but the soundtrack itself is very fire. I am a big fan, and it's from Lens Distortions. Let's go pop it up real quick. Which one did we choose? It's called Breakaway, I think. Yeah, Breakthrough. Okay, let's listen to it real quick. I like this song. Here we go. Sora, you said there's a riot here in Philippines. We're under a riot. Same with Nepal and Indonesia. I did hear about the Nepal one. I didn't know it's happening in Indonesia as well. Damn. It's like spreads like wildfire, right? Well, stay safe, obviously. Unless you're... I don't know which side of the riot you are on, Sora. Maybe you are the oppressor, huh? I'm just kidding. But yeah, stay safe. So this soundtrack, it's the final song in the album, but we identified a really cool beat drop where I think I can insert in about like a 30-second montage of our trip to Uganda, shooting with the Nikon ZR. Not this part, although I don't know. The place that I'm struggling is trying to figure out which part in the intro or the other parts of the song can fit into the first 30 seconds when you hear me talking and as I give a quick little intro. And like I just don't know enough, technically speaking, to really say one way or the other. So it's really just I'm playing by ear until something resonates. Let me blow my nose real quick. Hello, Thuriel B. Hello, welcome back. We're listening to the soundtrack, which I'm going to use for our next video. And the moment is coming up where we're going to have the beat drop, where I say something about like, if you are an aspiring filmmaker, blah, 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 the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. And then it'll be like, boom, beat drop, and then travel montage. Here it comes. And then here is where we do the whole travel montage. Roughly like 30 seconds. Just showing some of the best clips from the trip, showing off the Nikon ZR's capabilities, Hopefully a nice teaser as well to get people to watch the 5-minute documentary. And then there's like a perfect drop-off moment as well. So I'll probably have to cut some parts of this because it's a little bit too long. I think we want to maintain it within 30 seconds, maybe 40 tops. All right, here comes a drop here. So basically that's the nice little ending to the trailer moment, and we kick back into the product review. So anyways, perfect song in my opinion, if I can make it perfect, I guess. But yeah, so that's what we're going to be working through today, is just trying to crack down on this opening trailer. And I do have a number of my other YouTube videos that I've made in the past, which I think I'll need to show here, because basically the intro, the first 30 seconds is me introducing who I am. So I talk about like, hey, why did Nikon let me test out their camera? That's a big question for anyone who happens to click on this video, because they're like, why is this guy that doesn't even have 10,000 subscribers, barely a YouTuber, how the hell, they'll use stronger words, right? But they'll be like, how the F did this dude shoot with that new Nikon ZR? So I think it's even more important that in my first minute, I am trying to set the scene and explain exactly why Nikon let me test it out. And then I need to prove to them that they should continue watching my review, because hopefully it looks epic or something. So that is our big challenge, is doing that little bit of a teaser, and then context and teaser, and then we kick off. So, but yes, welcome Thuriel. Clean that dock, please. Uh-oh, clean what dock? Oh, what did I do? Clean that dock, please. What is a dock? I don't know technical terms here. Hold on one second. Let me just see. Sorry, you said corruption moments. No, I'm just a bystander who loves to watch the world crumble before your eyes. Well, listen, we all have our, we all have things that we enjoy. So, I won't judge. Sorry, you said, I love the music. It sounds similar to Evergreen. Try that music. Evergreen? What is that? Evergreen? Is that a music or? Let's look it up. Evergreen song. From A Star Is Born. Ooh, okay. I'm not going to play it because I'm going to get copyright struck. These bastards will strike you. Even if you have a license sometimes, the artists will strike you. It's so annoying. So, I didn't watch that movie. Is that the one with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper? Matthew McConaughey? One of those guys? Either way, I don't think I saw it. Yeah, I didn't see that movie. I heard it's good, though. Clean that dock, please. You can pronounce Turiel. Turiel. Okay. Is that the Nikon ZR 5-minute documentary? Yes, yes. So, yeah, I'm referring to the 5-minute documentary, which I have pinned on all the chats as an FYI, because obviously we are shamelessly promoting that video as much as possible. But, yeah, so I made the 5-minute documentary, which is all shot with the Nikon ZR. And now this is a follow-up to that video where I'm doing a product review. So now I'm actually going to showcase, like, here are my favorite features, the things that I liked, things that, I didn't like, my thoughts on it, who is this camera for, all of that. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be roughly 15 minutes long. So I'm just kind of put it all together now in terms of the skeleton. I see. Your Mac dock, too many things. Would you believe me, Turiel, if I told you I think yesterday or the day before, I actually did delete. I removed a number of these dock items. So this is actually after I removed a bunch of things. So clearly I need to remove a few more. I just don't look at this often. I think maybe other Mac users can agree. One of the best things about Mac is when you do the command space. Right? When you do the command space and then you can just type in whatever, this works so well to the point where I never use the dock. I just do that to type in like DaVinci Resolve or, Chrome. So this kind of goes neglected for the most part for me. Elthing, you were asking why stick to 5 minutes? Why not 10 minutes? It was just one of those things, partially like I was restricted in terms of timing because I only had like less than a week to put the video together. And I only had like 3 days that I got to shoot. So the longer I extended the video, the more, it would just mean I don't know if I could have got through this in the time that I had. So 5 minutes was also kind of like a decent time for me to try to fit something in. Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, I think it didn't have to be exactly 5 minutes or anything like that. I just thought that 5 minutes seems like a good number for me to say, like, I made a 5 minute video, right? So it's a bit arbitrary, but it was just trying to fit within a requirement of like pushing out a video that shows the quality without it being like a full-on thing. Plus, the other thought was that after the deadline, because obviously they wanted me to get this video that I could share when they announce, right? So like they made the announcement publicly, so like being able to post on the same day is obviously smart for everyone involved. So I just wanted to get it through as quick as possible, and then by doing the 5 minute documentary, it means I can always do an extended version. And I clearly I do have I have enough content to do like a 15-minute documentary, or even longer potentially. But anyways, 5 minutes seems like a good number, and it was also a good test for me, because if there's one thing you guys are aware of watching my streams, and I mentioned this yesterday, I struggle with brevity. You know, I like to be verbose. I like to talk and talk and talk. So then the more I can learn how to be succinct, or even like try to cut things short as possible, probably the better, in my opinion. Or it's a skill set I need to develop. So Turio, you said yes, that's why you can clean your Mac stock. Yes. You're right. Oh man, you should see, this is years ago, but if you look at my iPhone, if you look at like the number of pages I have on my phone and the number of red notifications, I used to have like everything. There would be like 300 notifications for this. I used to have 50,000 notifications for my Gmail. You know, like everything just had red dots everywhere. So for any UX, I don't know, like designers or people who care about that kind of stuff, they would have a heart attack if they looked at my phone. But I have I almost have like not a philosophy, but I have like my theory, not theory. Here's my pushback when people look at that. Like if my friends look at it and they're like, what the hell is wrong with you? How do you have so many notifications? Why is your phone just full of red everywhere with unread messages? And then I tell them, like, in my opinion, the fact that I have all those red everywhere and my life hasn't fallen apart, you know, I'm able to, you know, I was doing well in every project, job, whatever I'm doing. So the fact that life moves on and there wasn't anything like the world falls apart because I had all these missed messages kind of showed me, one, they were all spam to begin with. And yeah, the big fear, the paranoia that people on the other side of me have didn't come to fruition. In the meantime, I don't have to live in this constant perpetual fear, or like not fear, but, you know, feeling like you always have to have a clean desktop or like a clean phone screen where you have to get rid of it. The moment you see one red thing pop up on your phone, you're like, oh my God, I gotta get rid of it. And if you fall asleep or, you know, all of a sudden something happens, you got 50 notifications, the feeling of like having to get rid of all of it, I feel like it's probably not healthy. So yeah. Turiel, I got a lot of notifications. I understand you so far. Yeah. And plus I thrive in chaos. I find chaos peaceful, or at least the right amount of it, you know? Okay, so we have all of our clips. Now, unfortunately, today is going to be a very, for me, it's going to be a very cringeful day, because it's going to be listening to my voice over and over again from these, like, you know, the voiceovers that I did to see which take I want to go with. It's going to be so cringy for me, but we got to do the task, right? So you guys will be with me as I start to pick out which of my takes of the script is the best. And then I'm also going to start stacking in all the proper video clips as well that we want to use for B-roll. Yeah. So we'll start lining it up. This is one of my favorite shots, just as an FYI. We didn't actually use it in our 5-minute documentary film, but I think, or no, did I? I might have used a quick second, but not in the full extended kind of shot as we have here. And to me, there are people who could grade this a lot better than I am, but I just do like that this is a good example of the dynamic range of the camera, and it shows, again, the nice color science as well. The fact that we're shooting directly towards the sun, and we're still getting like really clean colors in the water and the sky, you know, in the shadows here, it's not like pitch black. And I was shooting like literally it should be pitch black, but we're getting good details here in my opinion. So I end up being a big fan of this. So we just got to figure out which section of this to use. So, oh, you see cat fat, fat cat? No, she's not fat. Although I think she has gotten a little bit heavier, because when I lift her up, it does feel a little bit noticeably heftier. Nala. 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 Are you a fat cat? They're calling you fat. You gotta prove them wrong. Look at you. Look at you. Good girl. Aw. How could you be? Yeah, she can never be fat. Just because she's so picky with her food. So even if I give her like all the food in the world, she'll just like eat whatever she feels like in the moment and then move on. Whereas Kimbap will make it all disappear like a magician. So yes, welcome Nala to the stream. Thank you for showing up. Now let's keep on working here. Okay, so we got a number of the clips already highlighted. There's a lot more we need to throw in here. So, but we'll take it kind of, should I take it linearly or should I just, okay, I'm going to do the cringy thing first. Because then I think I don't want to like rush doing the opening teaser stuff. So let's start picking out the best scripting that I did. So I think this one is fine. I think the choice we have here is fine. So let me go ahead and mute. Admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. Ignore the music for now because it's not properly done. Test out their new Nikon ZR before launch to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Did I make a mistake there? Let me see. I'm missing a word in my dialogue. Run-and-gun traveler, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun. I didn't say and a, so let me see. Does the grammar make sense? So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler. Okay, I guess it makes sense. Traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Okay, so we'll figure out those parts later. So then that means I don't think we need to use this dialogue. So let me just drag this over out of the way for now. It's not the cleanest way to do it, but... And then, yeah, we'll have to cut the music, or we'll have to cut everything. So let's see. My opening dialogue is 37 seconds. So we'll give ourselves a minute and 7 seconds. Somewhere around here is, if we say like 30 seconds for the trailer, and then that's where we need the music to die off somewhere. Okay, anyways, let's listen to the next section. We have 2 takes that I have highlighted. So I'll probably go with the second take. I always feel like the last take I do before I move on to the next section, or if I stop the recording, probably means I ended on a high note, or I thought this is good enough, so. Everything you just saw was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. If you want to see the full 5-minute short film that I made, the link is somewhere up there and in the description. It's a quick watch, and I hope you enjoy my very first attempt at making a documentary film. Now let's talk about what this thing is actually packing under the hood. Man, my hand gestures are going wild, okay? It's like I was taking a huge dose, or not even me. It's like my hand somehow did a line of cocaine, and now we're watching them do their thing on a recording. But, you know, I think it's not bad. I did a lot of like public speaking in my former jobs, both like in terms of like a presentation mode, as well as like in like almost like a one-to-one or like small groups talking like eye to eye type thing as we walk around and I do stuff. And so I think being animated is actually a plus. It can be distracting though. And so now the thing I need to test is like, is it distracting for YouTube videos? And it possibly could be. But yeah, I think like I just got to find the right cadence. I was just doing whatever felt natural to me as I'm talking, but like maybe I'm doing it too much, you know? It's like you're watching me. Anyways, do sign language. Elle, you said my cat just jumped out your window. Single story building. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I'm always concerned about that. Like I have my balconies. Before I lived on the, I lived like 30 something floors up. No, sorry, 50 something floors up in my former building. And yeah, I was like, oof. Every time I open the balcony, I'm like nervous. I assume my cats aren't suicidal, or they're not like that dumb. I would assume they wouldn't like try to hop over the thing, but you always have that fear, you know? First floor, I guess, yeah, you don't have to worry too much. Those cats will land fine. Okay, so let me listen to the next version. Okay. Everything you just saw was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. If you want to see the full 5-minute short film that I made, the link is somewhere up there and in the description. It's a quick watch, and I hope you enjoy my very first attempt at making a documentary film. Okay, I mean, both are decent. Now let's talk about what this thing is actually packing under the hood. The only reason I was hesitating on this version is I thought I didn't pronounce one of the words properly. Everything you just saw was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon. Yeah, when I say unit, it sounded a little bit off, but... Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon. Speaking of presentations, I got a workshop coming up and don't know how to run it, so it will most likely go to shit. But hey, I'm doing a workshop. I've done a number of workshops now, and... I'm trying to think, do I have any good advice to give? That's not like too common sense, you know what I mean? But like most of the advice is common sense. Like when it comes to workshops, assuming you're like talking in front of an audience and you have like a presentation, some of the best workshop presenters are the ones that have minimal visuals to present, right? Like I think some people, especially you see in the corporate world, you end up like stacking every detail into a PowerPoint, right? Like the slides have every detail and all that kind of stuff. And that, like the concept of like minimalism does make sense. Now you might go too minimalist and now it's like people can't learn because you're not giving enough knowledge. It's just like a single word on a big thing, whatever. But yeah, to me, it's always about like giving visual references or examples and then trying to do like back and forth. So like asking questions or even having not like a quiz, but like just being able to pop in a number of times where you're actually seeking responses from the audience, because all it takes is one time for someone to respond to you. And so the earlier you can set that up, the better, because then all of a sudden that can lead to other people feeling comfortable. Now it's like an icebreaker, right? The moment one person breaks through, then everyone else feels comfortable to chime in. So I do think like if you can set up your workshops to have a little bit of dialogue with the guests or the people there early can help break things through going forward. Hello, low bass, welcome. Elle, you said it's more the parts of hands-on I'm struggling with. It's more the part of hands-on I'm struggling with. Can you clarify what you mean there? But yeah. Hello, welcome, low bass. Is it your lunchtime or roughly, I don't know what time it is there for you, but welcome to the stream. We're on day 58 and I was mentioning we're doing the cringiest thing today because I have to listen to my voice and all the takes that I had. Actually, I'm not going to subject you guys to all of the takes. And we were showing this yesterday. Holy Christ. Maybe, listen, if someone donates like $100, maybe then I'll play some of this. But this is one of those things where after I'm done with this project, I'm absolutely going to delete this from all my memory cards. So there will be no proof of its existence. Because can you imagine? This is me going over probably the same line of dialogue over and over and over again until I finally get the right take, which is literally only this long. So this is like literally all I needed. And you're seeing me do it, what, maybe like 20, 30 times. And we do it for all the other takes. Oh, yeah. Cringe inducing. But yeah, we have to do this. So we're going to do it now. So I'm comparing these two takes, but yeah. Elle, you said, sitting at work, trying to take it easy today. That's good. Hopefully all is well with the family, with your mom's health and everything. Elle, you said it's a photo workshop where we want to have a hands-on section where we put it into action instead of just listening to me talk, so people have hands-on with their cameras. Oh, yeah, yeah. So anytime you can have those, that's also really good, obviously. Maybe what you could do, Elle, is if you can somehow hook your camera up to the presentation, so they'll get like a live view of whatever you're doing on the big screen, and obviously they can follow along with their camera as well. But like if you can hook up with the HDMI or like a USB-C, so then it's like you have your normal keynote presentation, and then when you're ready, you would just have a slide that says, you know, switching over to like the live whatever mode, and then you can just quickly switch over to your camera, and then people can follow along. It's on a big screen. But yeah. Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. Everything you just saw was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. Okay, I don't like how I said the word unit there. The rest is fine. And I do want to, if possible, use as like a single take, because I don't know exactly where the B-roll will kick in for this. We played so much of A-roll stuff here of like not me talking, so I think here I don't want to break it up too early. Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. If you want to see the full 5-minute short film that I made, the link is somewhere up there and in the description. It's a quick watch, and I hope you enjoy my very first attempt at making a documentary film. Now let's talk about what this thing is actually packing under the hood. Okay, we'll just go with the first take here. So then let's we'll put this in like the I'll put these all together as like the takes that I didn't keep, but we don't want to delete it just yet. So let's okay. So I'm thinking for like that. Everything you just watched was shot. So when I say this part, now let's talk about what this thing is actually packing under the hood. Then it could just be a title screen that says something like the key features or something like that. Like big title text. The ZR. And then it can switch over to like some product shot views, I think. Film. And then let's start cutting out some of the weird looks on my face. Oh, actually, that's just my face. Elle, you said the only problem is me on Canon, and I know that there's people, both people with Canon, Nikon, Fuji, and Sony wanting to attend. Yeah. I mean, that is a problem. I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess there are some things that are like pretty universal, right? So I'm assuming you would want to stick to all the universal things. And then either you do the research beforehand, but it's like that's almost impossible. Like, are you really going to prepare yourself to know how all the other camera models work, right? And then like within those models, like the different camera brand or whatever, like, yeah, that's too much. So I'm assuming you should just stick to all the universal things, and then maybe just use your camera, the Canon, as like the baseline. And then people who have different cameras, like, you know what, it's on you to kind of follow along. Like, you guys know your system best. I don't know. You're having an assistant with the Sony A7? Yeah, okay, then you're fine. Because if I'm going to be, my honest opinion, no bias, right? But the minimal time I spent trying to shoot with the Sony, because a few trips I've been on, I went with someone who had a Sony camera, and I would try to shoot with theirs at times. I will say that Sony's menus and the UI is trash. That's an exaggeration, but I found it the most unusable in terms of like actually feeling intuitive as you're like going through the menu system and trying to figure shit out. Nikon is pretty decent. I would say like Nikon, I don't feel like positive or negative. It's a neutral thing. I think it does a decent job. Once you understand it, everything seems like it makes sense where it's placed. Canon, I have no idea. Okay, Elting, you said you got to head out, so talk to you later. Hells yeah. Well, enjoy. Best of luck. And yeah, well, I'll talk to you later. Okay, so everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. Okay. Actually packing under the hood. Man, seeing yourself on camera I mean, I guess some people don't mind or some people like it. Believe it or not, I don't actually like seeing myself, and I don't like. Yeah, it is kind of weird to say because obviously here I am as a live streamer with my face blasted on the screen, but it's definitely not. It took some getting used to. Under the hood, the ZR is a full frame camera. Okay, let's cut this part. Under the hood, the ZR is a full frame camera that records. All right, so ignore the visual here. I'm just listening to the audio, but yeah. The ZR is a full frame camera that records 6K R3D RAW with 15 plus stops of dynamic range, captures 32-bit flow audio, has built-in stable. And what I imagine is as I'm saying these lines and as we have like these product shots, maybe there'll be like a running list of like a bullet point list of like, okay, it has this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature. So it just keeps showing up on the screen as it stays on one of the product shots, or maybe a bunch of them. There is a full frame camera that records 6K R3D RAW with 15 plus stops of dynamic range. And then one thing I always have to, I have to like make sure to cut out the sound of me breathing in. You know, like it's like, so I think that's right here. Or let's see. Range. Range, dynamic range, dynamic range, dynamic range, Okay, I think that's good. Range. Oh wait, I think I messed it up somehow, or did I? Okay, I think it's fine. Low bass says, you pick it up over time, the more you do it and the more experience you gain helping people with other camera brands. If you are proficient with one camera brand, it's fairly easy to pick up the others. It'll just take a little bit of time. Yeah, that's true. It's like, yeah, there's no reason to talk about it like it's impossible, for sure. I think it's like, you know, play around with it, and it's probably better to be knowledgeable about these things anyways. And that's something I should think about as well. It's like, I just don't have access to the other camera brands usually. But yeah, I think it's probably best to just get comfortable with all the major cameras. Range, captures 32-bit flow audio, has built-in stabilization up to 7.5 stops. Ooh, that was a big breath. Stops. 7.5 stops, and gives you a massive 4-inch screen. So let me break down those highlights and a few others from my field test at Ngamba Island Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Uganda. Okay, and then this part, let me move all the B-roll stuff out of the way for now. It's not needed. Massive 4-inch screen. So then here, it might jump back to a view of me. Okay. The majority of cameras do basically the same things. That is true. But my God, listen, you got to give me something, you know? As a Nikon user where the entire world of photographers loves to shit on Nikon for shits and giggles on social media, I need something. And that one thing for sure that I know objectively I can say is that Sony's menu system and how they do all that, it's just pure ass. Give me something. Okay. So let me break down those highlights and a few others from my field test at Ngamba Island Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Uganda, starting with the red code. Okay, so I looked over there because obviously I didn't memorize this properly, and I figured by the time I say that, I'll be jumping over to some visual. So things I have to keep in mind as I say this, I need some lower thirds here that shows like, you know, shot with Nikon ZR, 12-bit R3D NE, ISO 800, something. So any of the key stuff that people should know, because technically, yes, at this point, going forward, everything here I shot with the ZR, so what you see on screen. So I'll put that lower thirds. Sanctuary in Uganda, starting with the in Uganda. In Uganda. Let's cut out the freaking breathing again. I guess I probably shouldn't clip it. I should just mute the audio at that point. But you know what? We're too late. In Uganda, starting with... Actually, yeah, maybe we'll just do it. Uganda, starting with the red... Okay, let's listen to it again. Lobe says, the majority of problems of that nature stem from the fact that these cameras are designed by engineers and not so much by photographers. Yeah, true. I think the thought process that I have, which kind of like it holds true for almost everything. So like, for instance, when people back in the crypto craze, right? And people were all touting like the next big, you know, to the moon, something or other. Or even like, not even crypto, but like when people give all these like stock advice about like, oh, you need to invest in XYZ stock. The way I normally think of these things is like, in the grand scheme of the world at a macro level, things are probably done for a reason. And for you to think that you're somehow smarter than the collective, or you know that detail, that information that just nobody else seems to know, and you're going to be ahead of the curve. Like, you're going to know which stock that you need to invest in because you listen to the right person, or that person you're watching on YouTube who tells you like, oh, follow me and I'm going to tell you the next big whatever. I just think the chances of that are so slim to none in like on the average, let's say, or yeah. So generally speaking, I just assume if things are the way they are, and there must be a reason for it. It's not always a good way to think. So in this case, like when I think about like, okay, I think that the UI is ass. Well, okay, I know I'm not alone about that, but it seems like Sony hasn't chosen to like adjust it. As far as I know, maybe they have recently. So then what is the reason for it? And is it really just a monetary decision where it's like, you know what, it works decently enough, and so the amount of money it'll take to adjust it, it will piss off the existing user base, and the trade-off isn't good enough? Or is it like actually it is actually intuitive, and you, Yobel, are the one who doesn't know how to use it properly? I don't know. But generally, I will lean on the side of like, I'm not someone who is special with special knowledge that happens to catch the thing that the experts and people who are paid to make and design something are completely wrong about. But I will differ when it comes to a pre-production unit, or like, you know, in this case with the ZR. Now it's like I know that I'm one of the few to actually have tested it out in the field. So then I do feel like I might have a bit of knowledge that's worth sharing that could be useful to the company. But yeah. It works decently enough, but I haven't heard one way or the other if it has significantly improved. This text completely screwed that up. It mixed your words with mine. Nice. Voice to text is really shitting itself right now. Give me a second. I shall type. Nice. Uganda, starting with the Red Code RAW R3D-NE codec. The ZR records Red's new R3D-NE internally up to full frame. Okay, so what I'll do... So let me break down those highlights and a few others from my field test at Ngamba Island Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Uganda, starting with the Red Code RAW R3D-NE codec. Every day. So what I'm thinking, by the way, is so as I'm looking at trying to hire like a video editor, one of the struggles is trying to figure out how to give access to all these files to someone. And so the obvious answer was like, oh, you have to do something called a proxy file. And then the other answer is like, if I'm doing majority of the work anyway, so let's say I'm already, it's not like I'm handing an editor all of the raw clips and then saying, go forth and conquer. It is me saying like, I already know, I've already got the script, I have the dialogues, I'm already chopping out the proper ones to use. So essentially, I'm building the skeleton, and the placeovers and where I need the most help is probably when it comes to overlays or using the right B-roll to slap onto the skeleton. So in that case, it might make more sense for me to just export the final project. Like, let's say if it's 15 minutes long or whatever, maybe I just export the whole skeleton and export some of the raw footages at like a 6K or 4K, and then have that person work on it collectively. I'm not sure. Because the files are large. So and gives you a low bass. You said, what I said was, in all fairness to Sony, they actually have been making a lot of updates to their menu system lately, but I haven't heard one way or the other if things have improved significantly. Yeah. I don't have enough experience. It's just that I know the times I used it, I was probably reaching, and there is probably a bit of bias, but in my opinion, I was like, yo, what the hell are they doing? Like, why? This menu system does not make sense. And gives you a massive 4-inch screen. So let me break down those highlights and a few others from my field test at Ngamba Island Chimpanzee Sanctuary in Uganda, starting with the Red Code RAW R3D-NE codec. The ZR records Red's new R3D-NE internally up to full... Okay, let's remove that gasp. Whoops. Internally, up to full frames. This is where I get a little bit OCD. Whoops. Up to... Okay, I think that's good enough. Hello. Wait, hold on, I missed something. Nico, you said, I have to go. I have a lesson. Oh, nice. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your lesson, and thank you again for being here. Thanks for being the first one in the chat. I appreciate it, Nico. Troy, you said, hello. Yes, hello, Mr. Tap. Yeah, this editing stuff seems so tedious, man. It's beyond tedious. But I was mentioning before, I'll say it again, I think that's why I knew this life is for me, because I don't find it tedious in the sense of like negative. It's like kind of therapeutic. I don't mind doing this kind of work. It's a bit mindless, but it's also a bit meditative, if that makes sense. And now that I have you guys in the chat, and to make things a bit more entertaining as well, yeah, it's been really fun to do this on stream. But yes, I am subjecting you guys to seeing this annoying shit. But hey, look, part of why I'm streaming is also because I do want to use these streams to be productive and work on my content. So it is also testing the hypothesis. Do people on Twitch, YouTube, etc., will they enjoy watching someone work on behind the scenes of whatever their content will be? So yeah. But thanks for being here. Hopefully you're having a good day, Mr. Tap, wherever you are. I actually don't remember. You might have told me whereabouts you live in the world. But yes, welcome. Happy day 58. Happy Wednesday. Low bass, you said, I'm using this fancy an AI keyboard. Oh man, that's a kind of a cool idea. Like if you build in some AI into the keyboard itself, because then it's just like, it would be tracking all of your, what do you call it when it tracks all the, God, there's a word for this, right? Because that's like one of those hacks that people do. Key logging? Is that what it's called? Anyways, it sounds interesting. I really love the voice text on it with AI because it inserts formatting and everything way better than like standard Google voice input. Damn, okay. Man, we're living in crazy times. I need to see what's happening with AI. Hopefully you found someone that can help. Yes, Troy, I think I found a few potential candidates. And then I just had a really good call with one of them today, and we're going to see if we can work together on this. But the biggest thing is like, oh my God, it's a lot of money. It's so much money obviously it's like their time and energy and like their creativity as well. So it's like, it's not to say they're not deserving of the money, but it is a thought in my head of like, it's crazy that I have to, yeah, it's not crazy, but it's like, okay, I got to be comfortable with spending like, $1,000 or something on someone helping me out. Like not even for one, like maybe for like a couple videos, it might be a lot of money. So I don't know. We'll see. Low bass, he said, my number one complaint about it is that it does not mute or pause phone audio when I activate it like Google Voice does. Which means, yeah, okay, so it mixes in the voices. Yeah, if it does like some kind of voice recognition, that would be interesting. San Diego area. Gotcha. Well then good morning to you. I believe it might be like 6 a.m. your time or something. 5 or 6, I don't know. NE internally, up to full frame 6K 60p or 4K 120p with the small DX crop. You're getting 12-bit red RAW that uses log 3G10 and red white. Oh, the good news though is because I'm doing most of the work. Again, not to like denigrate or like not denigrate, but not to like say that the editor wouldn't be doing. I haven't like necessarily sold myself that I will use an editor for this. We'll see how much progress I make, but yeah, like I am doing a lot of the work here, right? I'm cleaning through the audio. I'm sending only the proper version, so it should be like whatever I send to the editor will be the final skeleton. That is, let's call it like 13 minutes long, and if it's 13, that's exactly what you work with. So then the editor doesn't have to color grade, doesn't have to do anything besides try to figure out transition effects to use in different points. Yeah, I think maybe that should reduce the expenses, because now it's like, especially if I'm paying by the hour, then it's like, okay, you don't need to spend as many hours because I've done most of the work. So this might end up being like a few hour type of a project. So yeah. Color, highlight, color. Highlight roll off and grading flexibility feels like real cinema media. Okay. Does it? You can also load red creative LUTs into the view assist, so you're previewing something close to your final look as you shoot. So all of this should be B-roll shots. So it doesn't really matter. Like so you won't see my face, basically. You can also... media. You can also load red creative LUTs into the view assist, so you're previewing something close to your final look as you shoot. Look as you shoot. Okay. Troy, you said, yeah, I have to consider how much your time saved is worth, but also it may take away from your stream content. No, I think, I mean, that's a really good point, and that is something I have thought about, Troy. In terms of like, how do I, what's the word? Not delineate. Well, it's a bit of like designating, yeah, what kind of content do I want an editor to work on versus what I work on. So to me, it's like when it comes to my bread and butter, which is like, not bread and butter, but like basically I love working on these travel vlogs, the cinematic short films and the trailers, things like that. So that to me is like something I want to continue doing. So when I'm doing my stream, when I'm on stream, you will be watching me edit going forward, right? Hopefully if I have an editor and stuff, you would watch me editing my actual videos around the world, right? So like Mongolia episode 2, when we go to Vietnam, when we go to Zimbabwe, Uganda, you will continue seeing me edit those kind of cinematic pieces as part of the stream. So then what I would ask the editor to do are things that I can't do on stream oftentimes, which is like maybe the product reviews or things like that, where I need to like, there's a lot of like me recording my screen and yeah. So I think like maybe the talking head kind of videos, those make more sense to me to see if I can work with an editor to do that. And more of my cinematic film stuff is like things I want to do myself, because like that is also part of like me trying to build my brand, which is like, hey, look, I am trying to be a storyteller. So as me trying to be a storyteller, I don't want to outsource the storytelling, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to outsource the actual films that I'm trying to make. So, or in that way, it feels almost like you're cheating at that point. If I'm like branding myself to be like, you know, trying to go into that world, and then it turns out I'm outsourcing all of that to other people, that doesn't feel right to me. But when it comes to like these kind of product reviews and like, you know, social media kind of posting and promotional stuff, that one actually feels more reasonable and like almost expected. So that's my thought process. But yeah, you're absolutely thinking about it the right way. And so the fact that you're asking me this is also reassuring me that I'm thinking about it the right way. So yeah. For my pre-release test, that's a little bit too... Okay, we'll just leave it like that. For my pre-release test, I monitored with a basic Rec 709 view, and it worked quite well. The ZR shoots in two base what? I just realized I need to like give a bit more space in between some of the statements. So let's just push it back a bit, and then we'll figure it out. Low bass guy, LBG. I've been looking at Google Video. It does so many things, and they gave me a bunch of stuff with my Google AI subscription. I was looking at making an OBS transition. You know, low bass, I almost imagine a world where this whole time I think I've been talking to a human being, but it turns out low bass is like some AI lab experiment, or, you know, because, yeah, I could almost believe it, right? Because you're very technical, right? You're testing all these things. And I'm like, oh, wait, is he like subliminally convincing me to use more AI stuff, you know? Welcome, accept AI as a human. But yeah, what you're saying sounds interesting. I don't even know what Google Video is. Oh, wait, is that part of the YouTube thing? I know there's some announcement about YouTube updates, and there's going to be some kind of like AI built into YouTube now or something. Troy, you said that makes sense. Less creative throughout with those. Yeah. Or less creative thought with those. Yeah, exactly. So even like trying to, let's say I make my Mongolia episode 2, and then I would need someone who can help me create some like 30-second, 10-second shorts and reels off of my video that I've made, which then becomes promotional content. So then I'd be able to post it, and then it's meant to like draw people to watch the original film, right? Or like the actual video. And right now I've been so stretched thin, and from my small sample size of like trying this out, I do realize that's where I struggle. So you see me spend all this time making the video, but then I struggle to like have time to make all the YouTube shorts and the shorter clipped versions to then keep promoting the content properly. For my pre-release test, I monitored with a basic Rec 709 view, and it worked quite well. The ZR shoots in two base ISOs of 800 and 6400. Good to know. Let's cut that part out. Basic Rec 709. Just remember, if you're a creative, your job is not going to be taken by AI. It's going to be taken by another creative who is using AI. Yeah, exactly. In some ways, I'm looking at these video editors to see if they're using AI. And I feel like if they are, that's probably a good sign, because yeah, I want someone who actually understands the trends and things that are happening. 9 view, and it worked quite well. The ZR shoots in two base ISOs of 800 and 6400 with 15 plus stops of dynamic range. Cool. Oh man, one thing so annoying about myself here, I only notice it later. Sometimes I would say a line where I'm looking at the camera, but then as I say the last word, I start looking over. I look away too soon, right? Too early, which means that when it comes to like cropping, it just gets that much harder. It's like, what an idiot. Why wouldn't you just hold frame, right? Look at the camera for like a second, just to give enough pause before you do your own thing. So, because you can see here, basically, I'm like, yeah, we're going to struggle here. So, let's see. If I cut it here, does it work? 15 plus stops of dynamic range. Nope. So basically what's going to happen is most likely we need to cover this with some B-roll throughout the whole thing here, which is fine, but... And that extra latitude was definitely noticeable in mixed... Oh wait, it's a continuation of the conversation, so maybe I need to bring it a little bit closer. Stops of dynamic range. And that extra... Low bass, you said there are ways to use it that are not substitutes for your creativity. Yeah, in some ways, like, I think sometimes AI also can boost your creativity, right? So it's like any other tool, right? If you use the tool the right way, it can end up enhancing and even like, you know, opening new doors of opportunities to be creative. Range. And that extra 15 plus stops of dynamic range. And that extra latitude was definitely noticeable in mixed light and backlit scenes, of which I shot quite a bit on this shoot. Okay. I was stress testing constantly, changing ISOs. Changing ISOs? You don't say. Backlit scenes, of which I shot quite a bit on this shoot. I was stress testing. which I shot quite a bit on this shoot. I was stress testing constantly, changing ISOs, pushing exposures, and still I rarely experienced clipped highlight exposures, and still exposures, and still I shit. Why would it do that? Wait, how do I get rid of a freaking key or keyframe? You gotta be shitting me. Because if I hit the backspace, it just deletes the whole freaking thing. Is there like a different delete button I can use? Nope. What the F? What the F? You gotta be shitting me. Is there not a... Maybe in this view I can do it? There we go. Pushing exposures, and still ISOs, pushing exposures, and still I rarely experience clipped highlights or crushed shadows. And that Alright, let's see where we are in the script. It says something about crushed shadows. So here I am. That gives me a nice safety net. Okay. And that gives or crushed shadows. And or crushed shadows. Dun, 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 dun. Shadows. And that really experience clipped highlights or crushed shadows. And that gives me a nice safety net while I learn to shoot better over time. Over time. And that gives me a nice safety net while I learn how to shoot better over time. Wait, did I just oh yeah, okay, so these are two of the same take. So I have to choose one of these. Let's see. And that gives me a nice safety net while I learn to shoot better over time. It's not bad. And that gives me a nice safety net while I learn how to shoot better over time. Okay, we'll go with the first one because I did that stupid ass thing again where I look over right as not enough time to even. Okay, we have one more take. And that gives me a nice safety net while I learn how to shoot better over time. Ah, I did it again. What an idiot. Idiot. Okay. Well, we're forced to just go with that one take there. Okay, this is a big ass section, so hopefully it's a good one. Okay, nice. And so this is a section where I won't be on camera. Better over time. The ZR is a full frame camera that records 6K R3D. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So this whole thing was when I basically read the entire script as is, as like a backup. So just in case, since we should have B-roll covering a lot of this, this is just meant to be a backup section. So I will reserve that, but we don't need it. And let's see where it ends. With 15 plus stops of dynamic range. The extra latitude was definitely noticeable in mixed light and backlit scenes, of which I shot quite a bit on this shoot. Okay, so hopefully the ones we've already highlighted should be the ones that we use. Okay, let's move on then. And that gives me a nice safety net while I learn to shoot better over time. Now, this was the first time I ever shot with Red RAW, but as a self-professed amateur, I was super impressed. Not only do the shots grade like grown-up cinema, the files are super efficient. Now, this was the first time I ever shot with Red RAW, but as a self-professed amateur, I was super impressed. Not only do the shots grade like grown-up cinema, the files are super efficient. I think the second take is probably better. Now, this was the first time I ever shot with Red RAW, but as a self-professed amateur, I was super. Do the shots grade like grown-up cinema? Now, this was the first time I ever shot with Red RAW, but as a self-professed amateur, I was super impressed. Not only do the shots grade like grown-up cinema, the files are super efficient. Now, this was the first time I ever shot with Red RAW, but as a self-professed amateur, I was super impressed. Not only do the shots grade like grown-up cinema, the files are super efficient. Are they though? Are they? Yes, they are. Let's go ahead and cut out that part. Do 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 do. While I learned to shoot better over time. Now, this was to shoot better over time. Now, this was the first time I ever shot with Red RAW, but as a self-professed amateur, I was super impressed. Not only do the shots grade, super impressed. Same thing, let's get rid of our little breathiness. Do do do. Impressed. Now, damn it. I'm making my life worse here. Okay. Impressed. Not only do the shots grade like grown-up cinema, the files are super efficient. Okay. In my experience, R3 cinema, the files are super efficient. In my experience, R3D NE file size sits in the same ballpark as high-quality NRAW and is generally leaner than ProRes RAW, which is crucial for my RAW, which is damn it. Too soon, too soon. ProRes RAW, which is ProRes RAW, which is crucial for my. I feel like it cuts off too soon somehow. RAW, which is crucial for my typical travel shoots where storage space is limited. Okay. Hello, Macramind Work. Macramind Work. I don't know how to say it, but Mac, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for saying hello over on the Twitch side. Mac, I'm assuming you are a Mac user. That could be a really bad assumption, but here we are. We've said it. Travel shoots where storage space is limited. And if you are new, because I don't think I've seen your name before, welcome. And just saying, well, what are we on? Oh yeah, we're on day 58. So we've been streaming for 58 days now on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And basically what you're watching me do is I'm working on my next YouTube video. It's a product review of the latest Nikon ZR camera that was announced recently. And so I was fortunate enough to travel with it and shoot for a few days. And I made this beautiful documentary. Hopefully you'll check it out. It should be pinned everywhere on the chats. If you would like to see the 5-minute documentary short film that I made, there it is. And let me know what you think. I'm really proud of it, but yeah, we made the video in less than a week. So yeah, there might be things that I need to do to improve it for sure. But welcome, and again, thank you very much for being here. Kiko, good day. Good day. How's it going? We're doing well here. We made decent progress yesterday, and we're making more progress today. So I'm doing the the unfortunate, tedious but like cringy work where I'm listening to my voice as I do a bunch of takes based on the dialogue or the voiceover script, and I'm picking out the key ones to use. And keep in mind, this is already the filtered one, so I've already shortlisted a bunch of examples or the best takes that I've done. I will not subject you guys to all of the takes that I did, which is like, it looks like over an hour of me attempting to memorize my script. So we will need to figure that out. I think I need to get I have Elgato. So I have the Elgato teleprompter. Elgato teleprompter. But the problem is I don't have the adapter ring to go with my 20mm lens. So unless I do all of my videos with the 24 to 70 lens that I have, because I do have the adapter ring for that, I need a 77, I think it's a 77, 77 adapter ring. 58 to 77, no. Because I bought the set, and unfortunately it didn't come with the freaking 77 millimeter. So let's see if I can find it. Low base, you said I'm scheduled out to March 14, 2026. I still have a long way to go. What are we talking about here? You're scheduled out to March 14th. Oh shoot, I don't even remember what we were talking about. But hopefully that's a good thing, whatever you're saying, that you're scheduled out till then. Okay, let me see. So I have this guy, right? So I have the teleprompter, and I can attach it, I guess maybe. And this is, by the way, this is a good example where maybe AI could help, because I believe there are some AI tools now available where if I'm looking at the teleprompter above my camera, it's supposed to fix your eyes to always look at the camera, right? So maybe that could help in case I can't find the freaking adapter ring. Because usually what I have is, yeah, it fits right over the camera itself. Where are the adapter rings? Yeah, so they have these 9 step-up rings. Okay, that's what it's called, step-up rings. Elgato teleprompter step-up rings. See, it has written here 77, but they're lying. It's bullshit. It did not come with the freaking 77. And how the hell do I buy just the step-up rings? Okay, let's look at all these links real quick. Man, Elgato, that's another brand I wish I could get sponsored by. Okay, I'm looking for the freaking step-up rings. Low base, he said, don't worry about it. Okay. I was worrying, so thank you very much. Where are you? Oh, yeah. Oh, they do have the eye-to-eye thing. Oh, wait, no. Am I just misreading this? No matter where you meet, prompter makes eye contact easy. Oh, okay. They're just saying it's easy. I thought it was the AI thing. Okay. I need the step-up ring. Come on. Yo, how come they have everything except for the thing I need? Oh, there, finally, we have a picture of it, but it's tiny. I just want the... Oh, see here. They say step-up rings. 49, 52, 55, 58, 62, 67, 72. They do not have a 77. Because I look, there's no missing piece. I have all of them. I just don't have a 77. So, okay. You know what? It sounds like something I need to take care of off stream. But, ugh. I say that and I'm still here. I just want to see, can I just buy the freaking adapter ring on its own? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, here we go. Prompter lens ring set. Prompter lens ring set. Elgato teleprompter ring set. Step up rings. Nope. Elgato teleprompter step up rings. Okay, I give up. But all right. Let's get back to it. I tried. Let's get back to looking at me talk. Prizes about one of the big travel shoots where storage space is limited. Where were we? Okay, so now we're on feature 2. Storage space is limited. One of the biggest surprises about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. Was it though? Yes, it was. It was. Don't listen to me. One of the biggest... Damn it. Oh, so this one I did a lot of takes. Jesus. One of the biggest surprises... ZR can record... The ZR can record 32... Okay. So let's listen to the third... I think this is the last attempt. Let's see how it is. One of the biggest surprises for me about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. Okay, that's not bad. One of the biggest surprises for me about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. So it's really just about, do I like what I'm doing with my hands? One of the biggest surprises about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. Okay, this one I feel a little bit more emotive, which is not a bad thing. One of the biggest surprises for me about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. Okay, this one's like, I feel like this is a neutral one. This one I was a little bit more emotive in the face. One of the biggest surprises about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. So we'll go with that. We'll go with it. Where storage space is limited. One of the biggest surprises about the ZR was... Okay, so let's move these guys out of the way. Wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. The ZR can record 32-bit float internally, as well as from the digital hot shoe or the 3.5mm mic jack, and that's a huge win for my travel style. The ZR can record 32-bit float audio internally, as well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack, and that's a huge win for my travel style. Okay, we're going with the last one, or the second attempt. Travel style, and that's a huge win for my filming style. Oh, I said style twice in a row. Yikes. Quality, it was the audio. The ZR can Oh wait, no, I think we're good there. It was this one. One of the biggest surprises about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. The ZR can record 32-bit float audio internally, as well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack, and that's a huge win for my travel style. Why did I pause there? Huge win for my travel style. Win for my travel style. Huge win for my travel style. For my huge win for my travel style. Huge win for my travel style. Oh, no. Sounds a little too... Huge win for my travel style. Huge win for my travel style. And that's... Okay, that's as good as we'll get it. From the digital hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my travel style. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Oh, okay, that's why I thought I said it twice. Man, I just wasted so much time. That's a huge win for my travel style. And that's a... So then basically, we'll just cut it all here. Okay. Or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for digital hot shoe or the mic jack. As well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my filming style. And that's a huge... And that's a huge... And that's a... And that's a... Can record 32-bit flow audio internally as well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my filming style. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Yes, it is. Okay. What's next, soldier? Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case, I had occasional chimps literally screeching into the mic. I think this one I said literally, and then I got insecure. My American self came through. I was like, yeah. I was like, I know us Americans, we say literally, and do I have the literally badge, you know? Have I proven the fact that I can say that? I felt a little insecure, so I think I did switch it back to literally, but this take's not bad. Let's see. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. Okay, so it looks like I did end up just keeping that one. I also tried not... Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case... Oh, you know what? I think... Oh, okay, I'm going to get nitpicky about this, but hopefully no one else cares. I think here... Shoot, I think here I say literally, but then I say the word literally somewhere else in the product review, but I say literally. And I think that's unacceptable, so I might have to cut one of these literallys out of the equation. Environments. And in this case, I had occasional chimps literally screeching into the mic, so not having to worry about... So I think I'll keep this one. Oh, shoot. Damn it. Why would I do that? Or maybe it's about just being like, you know what? You can say it either way. I should have just said Nikon and Nikon throughout this video. Into the mic. Into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. Okay. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case, I had occasional chimps literally screeching. Literally had occasional chimps. I might be able to cut it out entirely. Literally chimps. Let's see how good my cutting skills are. occasional chimps screech. Occasional chimps screech. I had occasional chimps screeching.
Almost.
I had occasional chimps screech. Had occasional chimps screeching. And
That's not
had
bad.
occasional chimps screeching. Had occasional chimps screeching.
Okay, let's pause the music real quick.
Occasional chimps screeching. Had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief.
Okay, I'm gonna cut out that one because I might as well, if I can cut it out, I might as well cut it out. Because I'm like 90% positive I did end up saying literally in somewhere else, and I don't know if it might be just as hard or I don't know. Better to cut this one out and then worry about the other one later. Let's go back to normal. Okay, so we are now here.
Mid-take is a huge relief. I also is a huge relief. I also tried Nikon's new MED10 shotgun mic, which, spoiler alert, I really liked. It's compact, requires no cables or batteries, and it feeds audio directly via the digital hot shoe. So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot.
Okay, and then we can pop in a few things next. Troy said, LOL, you might be overthinking it. I wouldn't have noticed unless you said it. Yes, that is like, if somehow I could convey that in a username, that would have been the one that embodies me the best. I am an overthinker to the nth degree. And not like, actually, no, I take it back. I don't overthink everything. I think I have a healthy relationship with overthinking sometimes. But this is one of the examples where you're seeing me unhealthily maybe overthinking things. But actually, you know what, though? I actually like that I will think through those little details. But what's not good about it is obviously the amount of time that it ends up taking. Just because I try to fix all those things. And I think that's unhealthy because, like you said, most people may not even notice or care, right? Of the, who knows, maybe only 50 people watch this video. So to think that I put all that effort into like something where maybe 1 out of 50 actually noticed it, it's kind of laughable. But you know what? It's like, you gotta, it's not a bad thing because I feel like also saying it out loud so everyone, you guys can hear my thought process. Yeah, I think it's not a bad thing long term. Because at least I don't think my thought process is wrong of me saying like, hey, if someone picks up on the fact that at one point I say literally, or like it doesn't even have to be that word, but just like if someone makes a video and they're pronouncing a word one way and then later in the video they pronounce the exact same word a different way, it is a little bit like incongruous. Is that the right term there? Something about it feels not correct, right? Or in a ideal world, you would have just pronounced it consistently. So that inconsistency, I think it's something to call out if I can hear it, if I recognize it. And if you guys see something I'm doing that's inconsistent, and that's the beauty of doing these live streams, because you guys have called me out on things before. So it just makes me better as a video editor. Kiko, you're asking, you're also a user of Dehancer. Any feedback to it? Yes, I am. And actually, this is a good time for me to promote myself. So we do have a little bit of a discount here. So 10% off Dehancer if you use my promo code YOBELPRIZE. That 10% goes to me. So then obviously I very much appreciate it. But yes, it's I've been using it quite a lot. So in the documentary film, as well as in our Mongolia, no, not Mongolia. In the new version, in the second episode of Mongolia travel series that I have, I'm using Dehancer. So I've been really enjoying it, just as an FYI. My feedback, I need to play with it a bit more because we took a big pause because of this project. But my general feedback is that this is actually a fantastic tool. Now, the only things that I would say would be reasons not to get it would only be probably around like, does DaVinci and the other programs that you might use, do they already have built-in film emulation software? Because I do know there's some things that like even DaVinci does, like the glow or like the halation or the bloom possibly. But like as a comprehensive tool that does like all of the things that replicate a film style, I do feel like this is like a perfect software for that. And it works across Lightroom, Photoshop, After Effects, Premiere Pro, DaVinci. So it's like all the programs, they've done a good job with it. In terms of, yeah, like playing around with it, it's actually been really nice. Has been really, really nice. But I need to play with it a bit more. So we were still kind of in the early, we maybe played around with it for like 5 days, maybe less than a week before I had to jump onto this project. Troy, you said not, it was the combo of words, I think. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about it. No, I mean, I definitely think I was going a little bit crazy. Or yeah, it was like a level of detail that most people, literally like most people will not pay attention to. So the amount of time it takes for me to fix it is probably not worth the time. You know what I mean? For solo, but it's kind of fun. Notable examples from my shoot. For solo travel work, 32-bit float internally feels like a cheat code. It means... Oh, okay, there's a pause there. So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot. For solo... So here is where we're going to insert... the audio stuff. So this section. So let me drag everything away for a bit. And then let's move these guys here. Wow, I barely got this to work. Okay, so then here, as I talk about the audio stuff, then I want to hop into like actual examples of hearing the audio, and then we need some like text overlay. So let's see. How can I do this? All right, we're going to add a new audio track so that I can drag these guys in without... Because basically I want to play the audio without any... what would you call it? Without any like enhancements or cleanups. I just want to show what the audio sounds like, just raw. So I'll have an audio track just for that. I think I walked through like 10 different spider webs. So I'm just collecting... Kiko, you said, you asked, what does this mean on the dehancer web where it says 2 seats, 1 seat per host? I believe when it says 2 seats, it means that like basically with the license or whatever, when you purchase dehancer, you're basically getting 2 people, like 2 users who can get access to the program. So like if you're the host, then it's like, I think it's meant for people who are running a team, right? So if you have a team of like 2 people or 3 people, then if you buy the license, it allows you to have 2 users essentially get access to it. So you might be the host, and then someone on the team else, will get access as well. I believe that's what it's referring to. Collecting webs around here, you guys can't see. You don't understand the battle I'm going through here. Anyways, I'm just doing one more test as we walk around. This time, I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recordings. So I believe this is set to the... Okay, give me a second. I also tried Nikon's new MED10 shotgun mic, which... Okay, so I think I need to lift the audio. Whew. I think I walked through like 10 different spider webs, so I'm just collecting. I think I lift it so that it peaks at 6 webs around here. You guys can't see. You don't understand the battle I'm going through here. Okay, I think that's good. All right, let's drop it slightly. Anyways, I'm just doing one more test as we walk around. This time, I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recordings. Okay, so let's see that. Shotgun mics. I am without the shotgun mic. This time, walk around. This time, I am... I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recordings. So I believe this is set to the 32-bit float recording, so very, very excited to test that out. Sosa Ribiero. Hello, hello. I think you were here yesterday. I think I recognize your name. But welcome back if you are coming back. Euphoria. I don't know what that's referring to. Is that a TV show, Euphoria, or are you just saying the word Euphoria at the sight of me? Well, which thank you very much. Where's my cat? Man, why do these guys like? They're not on the job, okay? Nala, good girl. Where's Kimbap? Can you bring Kimbap over? Good boy, Kimbap. Yes, good boy. Alright, he's found his new bed, which is not on stream. What the heck? Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, I need to listen to my audio to see which portions of this we want to keep for the testing of the audio. So here, this is me without the shotgun mic, so this is probably something I need to keep. We have been testing it throughout the past few days, but I haven't had time to actually go through the computer and see what's the quality of the audio, especially when the chimpanzees are just screeching right in. Okay, so all of that is nonsense. I don't need much. So, good test coming up. But yes, we are at the Chimp Island. Sorry, I'm Chimp Sanctuary. The Nikon ZR in their habitat, interviewing as executive director, but so we got to hear rescue chimps. I believe they said is about. I guess the other thing is I can just use a portion of this to show like, hey, this is the quality speaking into the microphone, but let's see. Throughout the day they explore, but then throughout their diet, workout as I've done all year, so it's well earned my being out of breath. Up with the wind, it is a bit film. I could not ask. Okay, let's try. Ooh, another feature I just saw. 3.95. I don't know if these are just new features I haven't noticed, but when I hit the record button, I have it set so that there's a little. All right, so the thing I wanted to test though is right now, this is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. Okay, so this is where I was testing with the shotgun mic. Same camera. 3.95. Just without the shotgun mic. It's also on the same setting of 11. So hopefully you guys can hear me okay. There's this slight breeze coming through. Same camera, just without the shotgun mic. It's also on the same setting of 11. Same camera, just without the shotgun mic. It's also on the same setting of 11. So hopefully you guys can hear me okay. There's this slight breeze coming through, but I want to test the built-in microphone quality of our NZR. But I want to test. But I'm trying to like. I want this to be as short as possible, right? In terms of like, I don't want too long of a clip here. So I got to be a bit judicious, I guess, or stingy with what we end up showing. But I want to test. Maybe somewhere here. I want to test the built-in microphone quality of our NZR. Oh yeah, a freak. I said NZR here. It's Nikon ZR, but so far I can't complain. It's keeping focus. Now, one thing I did notice is that it has a focus box for both my eyes. Okay, so maybe what I do is I just play any number of these. I'll use any portion of this clip and then just have the overlay where it says, that I shot this without the shotgun mic, blah, blah, blah. I don't think I saw that before. It could have been part of the new, it could be a new firmware thing. So for all I know, it might be on the Z6 III by now. But at the very least, this is a new feature I can see. Also, the fact that some of the buttons are deactivated when I'm in selfie mode, so I don't accidentally, let's say, adjust the aperture or anything else. Okay, so let's test one more time. I'm going to put the shotgun mic back on. Okay, we are testing the microphone on our new Nikon ZR. Why do I keep saying that? So here we are. I'm just testing out the microphone. Here's the shotgun mic attached. Okay, so this is shotgun mic test. Cat or dead mouse. So here we go. Okay, so damn it. Sounds like I'll use something from this section. I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recordings. So I believe this is set to the 32-bit float recording, so very, very excited to test that out. We have been testing it throughout the past few days, but I haven't had time to actually go through the computer and see what's the quality of the audio. Okay, so I guess this whole beginning part works. Especially when the chimpanzees are just screeching right into the camera, so. Okay, so we'll cut it right there roughly. Let's see. Feeds audio direct. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments. And in Kiko, you said, oh, nice, I can try and find someone to chip in. I'll save your link. I mean your code. Yo, thank you very much. Well, I appreciate that you would use my code if you end up doing it. Yeah, like, listen, just take my word with a grain of salt, because like I said, I need more time to really play with it. It's kind of like how I would view this review of the Nikon ZR. So far, I've been loving it. I do think this camera is impressive, and like I'm excited to see how it's used by me and others as it gets launched. But there are people who know the market a lot better, and there might be, for all we know, like I don't know, but it's like there might be other cameras that do the exact same thing for cheaper or whatever it is, right? So the question for me is like, using dehancer, I really like it. Clearly I trusted it enough that I used it in the short film documentary. To me, it's like it's got a nice look that I truly do find value in. And then the question is that for people who are more aware of the market, they might be like, oh, there's actually another company that does it better and cheaper. Or it's like, oh, actually all of those features are built into DaVinci in some way and it's actually better. I don't know that, right? So the comparisons, you can't lean on me on for that. But as far as like the value that I'm getting so far with using it, I absolutely think it's been really fantastic. Hello, Garv. I am back because I can only from 14 to 18:30, 2 p.m. until 6:30. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here. I forget what time zone you're in, Garv, but I appreciate the fact that you are here. We are just editing our upcoming product review video. So I'm just kind of doing the really monotonous task of listening to my amazing voice and seeing if I have the right cuts or the right takes of my script. Notable examples from my shoot into the mic. So not environments, and in this case, I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take. Okay, so here, I think as I mentioned this chimp screeching into the mic, I might even pause my voiceover and just insert in one of the clips of the chimp screeching, So let me see. Cables or batteries, and it feeds audio directly via the digital hot shoe. So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot. Yeah, so I think that's where I need to insert it. So let's find some of the best examples here. Man, I do love how this one chimp, is this the mom, comes in and like scolds. Yeah, it's like, break it up, you piece of shit. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, so that could be a good one. We need screeching. So this is also a good one. Obviously, I feel like it's a crisp bird and ambient all mixed in. So I think we might use some portion of this, like here to here. So maybe that section. Okay. And then let's keep listening. It's not bad. Oh, and then this is the section we use in the beginning of our documentary. So should we use it again? I mean, I put it in the beginning for a reason, but let me see. Let me pause the music. Okay, I feel like that's the winner. There's like a lot of crazy action going on. You're seeing everyone's heads turning, looking at... Yeah, so I think this one depicts the chaos of the moment pretty well. So let's cut it from here. And then probably just because we can't make the video too long, we'll probably end it roughly there. So after it kind of chills and sits down. Okay. So maybe to there. Let's keep listening. It seems like I feel like I do know there's another moment that's nice here, but it might also be not as good for this. Let's see. This, to me, this is like one of those, I feel like this is a very memeable moment because obviously you're seeing this dude. Well, so the caregivers were explaining to me, this is not actually the alpha male mating with a female. This is like a male chimp, and he's not actually boning the chimp here. It's like a sign of dominance. So he's like literally just towering over this this other male chimp and just kind of like showing who's boss, right? But it just looks so funny because you have this dude mounting another one, and then you've got the chimp on the side making that, like, you know, a shocked Pikachu face at what he's watching or what he's witnessing. So to me, this is just, it ended up being such a hilarious looking shot, but we didn't end up showing it anywhere. Reassurance.
It's a reassurance, not mating. It's a reassurance, not mating.
Reassurance.
Sometimes. Okay, maybe to reduce the fights.
Yeah, I feel like I can't overstate how amazing that 32-bit float built into the camera is for wildlife. Or I don't know, maybe like for I mean, in this very hyper specific situation, right? But like to be able to capture ambient noise, the nature, and then the crazy unpredictable moments when these chimps are like just screeching, right? Whether it's like super close to the camera or all the way out in the distance, to have this camera be able to capture all of that within that range is like amazing. It really is. Like this could, in another world, if I was trying to shoot without that 32-bit float and I wanted to capture some clean audio, there's a world where like I ultimately end up, you know, blowing out the mic, you know, because I didn't set it at the proper mic levels, and then it just blasts through, right? So okay, I think we found the clip, but let's just listen to this part as well. It could be usable. I'm not sure.
He wants support against stability.
So she's asking her to help him?
No, asking us.
He's looking
Ah,
for us.
Support him against.
okay, that's why she's coming here. Okay.
You know, they're like children.
So she's the one holding me while of it.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's being.
And
Hold on, Joy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good clip, but we don't have space for it. So, or I think the other ones probably do a better job of showing the quality of the audio capture, because obviously it's like capturing chaos in, you know, whether it's in the foreground, midground, in every direction. This one is good, but it's like it feels a bit more like a controlled environment where it's like, okay, the chimp is not moving, so maybe you could have just set the mic levels properly before you record. Whereas the other shots were like, oh, you know what? You F it, we're going live. You know, it's one of those moments, and whatever your settings are, you just got to hope it captures whenever the chimps are rushing around everywhere. So, what's up, King Crook? Keep cooking. Yes, thank you very much. We will proceed with the cook. Yeah, I think this is. Listen, I challenge anyone out there who has shot with the ZR so far. Who has a better example of showing the quality of the 32-bit flow audio than this? All right, I feel like this is the best example Nikon could ask for in terms of like, if you want to show the value of the 32-bit flow, this clip right here is the one. Boom, you got crazy action, you got chimps screeching, and you know, like every spatial distance from the camera, and nothing is blown out. So the audio sounds clean. Come on, you know, pay me Nikon for this clip. What's your hard drive setup look like? Asked Troy. I can give you the answer, but it's not a good answer, Troy, because it's not like a properly thought out system. I basically have I have my Mac Studio, which has a crazy amount of hard terabytes built in. I have something called I have a SanDisk Pro Blade system that has like 4 blades you can put in. Each one is 4 terabytes. Then I have like another SanDisk G-Ray that's like 44 terabytes. And then I've got a bunch of, like, I have like some WD Passport Element ones. And yeah, so basically I just use a bunch of large hard drives where they could be like, mostly they are HDDs and they're like 15 terabytes or 16 terabytes, 18 terabytes. If I knew that this is the direction I was going to go eventually, I would have tried to get one of those NAS or like those, like, you know, actual scalable storage systems, but I did not. So we have Frankensteined our way to having enough space. And also I didn't expect to go on so many back-to-back-to-back trips with so much terabytes worth of footages. So I had to like kind of like rush and purchase hard drives at times to just be able to offload a bunch of my memory cards before I had to hop on to another trip. So King Crook, these chimps seem excited. Did Nikon give them all the ZR? Yes, that's a good way to put it. They were so excited, frantically so. You could also say it's like, maybe this is the competition. Maybe this is, you're listening to Sony and Canon freaking out, knowing that Nikon's about to release that ZR. What are we going to do? And they're all fighting amongst themselves. That's another way to put it, maybe. But, yeah. Okay, so we got the 2 clips that we want. Let me see if I can drag it in properly. Oh, wait, no. Okay, let's drag this closer. In my experience, R3D any file size sits in the same ballpark as high quality and raw. Okay. Let's figure out the best placement. Let's just drag everything here away. Okay, let's figure this out. Troy, you asked, so a couple RAID setups. I've been meaning to get one. Do you like the SanDisk? So I like the... One of them I like, the other I don't. So the G-RAID 44 terabyte one. Wait, hold on 1 second, Troy. Because if you say you're about to purchase some, I'd be remiss. I would be a foolish businessman for me not to link to my page here. But let me just double check if I have it listed here. I might not, so. Oh, I totally should. What am I doing? I'm an idiot. I should probably list the hard drives that I use with some affiliate links. Okay, Troy, if you end up buying one of these things, let me know in advance and I'll send you an affiliate link if you're purchasing from like Amazon or B&H Photo Video, because I don't have it listed here. Okay, so, but I will give you my honest opinion though, so don't get me wrong. The one that I like is the G-RAID 44 terabyte something. I'm sure there are better ones, to be fair, but for the fact that I was able to get 44 terabytes worth, and it is like a RAID system, so you could add some redundancy and make it a 22 terabyte. For me, I just needed the space desperately, so I ended up just using the entire 44 terabytes, and then I used something called Backblaze, which I do have linked in my my gear page. And Backblaze is dirt cheap for the fact that you get unlimited digital backup. So then I'll use that as the redundancy. So I've been using this guy, and it's been fantastic. No issues. And even like I'm working with these crazy heavy files, right? I'm working with these 4K, 6K, 12-bit codec, blah, blah, blah. And I never seem to have issues when it comes to editing in DaVinci with any of those footages. I don't make it a habit to do it, but I just haven't had issues when I needed to edit with the files there. And it's also got an extra blade in the front. So basically, you have the 44 terabytes, and if you buy the SanDisk Pro blades, you can insert one of them inside of the slot here, which is like an SSD. So you have the ability to have these like SSD, portable SSDs that you slot in for an extra 4 terabytes, and then the rest is like an HDD, whatever it stands for. But yeah. The one I don't like. So this one I do enjoy. It served me well. I have had zero issues with it. The one I do have issues with though is the Pro Blade themselves, or the Pro Blade system, to be fair. The Pro Blades themselves, I don't know if there's an issue per se, but this thing right here, the Pro Blade Station, I've had a number of issues with this where like it'll just overheat or it'll just like disconnect at times when I'm like, thankfully never when I'm transferring files, but there have been times where I just see it's sitting idly, and then it's like getting louder and louder, and then everything just shuts off. Like it just powers off and disconnects, which is super annoying, as you can imagine. I think it's probably to do with like overheating, so it just shuts itself off. Now, the way I'm trying to solve it is I do have a little portable desk fan, which I can just point towards the thing whenever I'm working on heavy files with it. So far, I haven't had issues since, but that has been a bit of an annoyance at the fact that like this thing doesn't seem reliable enough for me to use it. Um, yeah, I just have a little bit of paranoia now, and that's unfortunate because this is the SSD, right? So I got this one because you can stack up to 16 terabytes, right? You can have 4 terabyte, you can have four 4 terabyte blades inserted in, and it's SSD. So like, okay, I'll use this whenever I need to work on projects more immediate. But the fact that it would keep doing that disconnection thing was super annoying. Now, I am using it right now as we speak. So all the files that I'm using for this project, it's pulling from my ProBlade system on my desk. So, you know, it could be nitpicking, and it could be because I was overusing it too much in ways that I probably shouldn't. But yeah, there's my opinions on those. Anyways, let's get back to this. One of the biggest surprises about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. The ZR can record 32-bit flow audio internally, as well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So as I say that, I should probably then show this. Mic. So not having to worry screeching into the mic. Screeching into the mic. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my So I learned this concept called the J cut, where you have the audio kick in first before the visual shows up. And I've been using that quite a bit. I didn't know it was called the J cut, but we're going to do that here as well. So and that's a huge win for my filming style. Might even extend it all the way and then fade it in. Or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, and that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps, and that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. Okay, and then this one. Environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. Okay, then we're gonna blend. We'll blend this a bit better. Okay, let's see. Hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win. Well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry. And the question is, do I let it play all the way? Let's see. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. I also tried Nikon's new MED10 shotgun mic, which, spoiler alert, I really liked. It's compact, requires no cables or batteries, and it feeds audio directly via the digital hot shoe. So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot.
Okay, so then, it's a little confusing because here I mentioned the new shotgun mic. So then, and also I do play footage here or audio here, which I believe was without the shotgun mic.
I'm rarely...
So to show this clip here where it's without the shotgun mic after I talked about it,
I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recording.
or maybe I'll show this at the end then. So okay, we'll start with the shotgun mic examples.
Good test coming up. But yes, we are at the Chimp Island. Ooh, another feature before it will actually record, which is kind of nice. Alright, so the thing I wanted to test though is right now, this is in front mode, focus. Now, test though is right now, this is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. I'm going to switch this now to the all mode. So now it's on all, so I don't know if that means it should be capturing a bit more ambient sound besides just whatever's in front of the camera. So you guys be the judge if the sound quality has changed at all. And then we're going to do one final thing. Let's go over to this rear mode. So now it should be picking up on the rear side if my logic, if my deduction skills are anything. But since we have it on rear, I'm assuming it will be focusing more of the sound.
Okay, I don't mind some of that extra fluff talk, but let's see.
So we have it on anything.
So maybe we cut it here.
Let me jump. I'm going to jump back to front mode. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and choose pure. We're in focus. I'm going to jump back to... Let me jump.
Okay, let's see.
Let me jump. I'm going to jump back to front mode. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and choose.
Hello, Ayinder on the kick side. You're asking how is streaming going? Streaming is going well. Thank you very much for asking. Now, Ayinder, I'm going to be honest with you, man. My money is on the fact that you are about to ask me to join your Discord or sign up to something. I hope you're not going to. But if you do, God bless you, man. I enjoy you chatting here anyways.
Choose pure. So there's like two kind of switches you can play around with. So one of the options you can switch between is focus and pure. All of this so far was on focus mode. Now we are on pure mode. Same thing. Let me switch over to the all mode. So now this is all mode, pure mode. The all pure mode, let's just say. So you guys tell me, and we'll see later, obviously, how the sound is. If you see me looking around a lot, it's because I keep getting bit by bugs, or we have these like lake flies around here. So
Okay.
I have a battle for my life right now. Last thing, let's go switch this to the rear. So now in this rear mode, maybe you might not be able to hear me too well, I'm not sure. For my purposes, let's just go put it into focus and front mode. That's kind of what the default settings were, so let's assume that's maybe what we should generally use.
That is not true though, but
Bugs, to say. So you guys tell me. And we'll
Hola,
see later.
hola, BC, how are you, man? Welcome, good morning. What time is it over in the good old state of Florida? Florida, do I have it saved? Is it like almost noon? Oh no, BC, you have 8 PPs? Yikes. You know, because I was just thinking to myself, we'll probably do this on day 60, right? Because that'll be the end of the second month. So then at the end of that, I figured it'll be when I will change whoever the new top PP is. So
Yeah, you got a few days. You got a few days to work your way back up. How about that? But welcome back, BC. We are making progress on our video. So I'm just trying to clip up all the pieces. I'm trying to build the skeleton right now because if I end up using a video editor, I want to send them the entire skeleton so they don't have to like add anything besides the B-roll and text overlays, animations, that kind of stuff, transitions. Obviously, how the sound is. If you see, oh yeah, let's go ahead and change our voice.
Test, test, test.
Hey Amber, could you change our TTS monster voice for us? Right now we're using Baymax. I want to use a different one.
Absolutely, we can definitely switch it up. So let's pick a new voice. We've got a whole bunch of options. For example, there's Geralt, there's Kermit, there's even something like a pirate voice if you want to go that route. Just let me know which one sounds fun to you, and we'll make the change.
So we used Geralt before. Outside of that, you tell me.
All right, let's go with something a little different. How about we switch it up to something fun and maybe a bit quirky like the Kermit voice? It's definitely a change of pace from Baymax and should add a bit of a fun twist to the sound. Let's go with that.
All right, we're going with freaking Kermit's voice, really? All right, give me a second. Let me refresh. Got to refresh my TTS, my TTs. There you are. Refresh. Okay, well, we've done Kermit. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Then let's go with, dang it. What's the other one? Hold on a minute. Apparently we used Kermit's voice before, so could you give us another option?
Oh, got it. All right, let's pick another fresh one then. How about we go with something like the narrator voice? It's kind of a classic storyteller vibe, and it could be a fun change. Let's try that one.
I think we used the narrator voice as well. Can you try again? You said something about a pirate voice?
Absolutely, let's do it. We'll go ahead and set you up with the pirate voice this time. That should definitely bring a bit of swashbuckling energy to the mix.
All right, we're in pirate mode. Get some of that heist going. Okay, so basically, BC, I've been making some progress on the video. Right now I'm on the audio section, so I'm trying to clip up all the potential pieces here.
And that's a huge win for... The ZR can record 32-bit flow audio internally, as well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic.
Surrender the booty, you scallywag!
That's actually pretty good. Pretty good.
So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. I also tried Nikon's new MED10 shotgun mic, which, spoiler alert, I really liked. It's compact, requires no cables or batteries, and it feeds audio directly via the digital hot shoe.
So all of this I have some of the overhead shots and stuff that we can use.
So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot.
Okay, so then here is where we need to start putting in, where do we clip it? Ooh, another feature I just saw. I don't know. Oh, it must be this part. Is right now. This is right now. Right now. This is in front mode, focus mode. This is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. I'm going to switch this now to the all mode. So now it's on all, so I don't know if that means it should be capturing a bit more ambient sound. This is in front mode, focus mode. Let me write this down.
I gotta keep track of which ones I end up using. Oh no, I just kicked up a bunch of cat hair. Freak of nature. Hold on. Gotta blow all the cat hair away from me in the desk. All right, here we go. Okay, let me grab a pen. Ugh. Jesus, I'm struggling so much just to get a pen. Okay, what did I say here? I said front mode. This is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. I'm going to switch this now to the all mode. So now it's on all, so I don't know if that means it should be capturing a bit more ambient sound besides just whatever's in front of the camera. So you guys be the judge if the sound quality has changed at all. And then we're going to do one final thing. Let's go over to this rear mode. So now it should be picking up on the rear side. If my logic, if my deduction skills are anything. Okay, so we did all three modes for focus. What else? But let me jump. I'm going to jump back to front mode. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and... Okay, so then if we end up using this... We were in focus. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and choose pure. So there's like two kind of switches you can play around with. So one of the options you can switch between is focus and pure. All of this so far was on focus mode. Now we are on pure mode. Same thing. Let me switch over to the all mode. So now this is all mode, pure mode. The all pure mode, let's just say. So you guys tell me, and we'll see later, obviously, how the sound is. If you see me looking around a lot, it's because I keep getting bit by bugs, or we have these like lake flies around here. So I have a battle for my life right now. Last thing, let's go switch this to the rear. So now in the... Okay, so the unfortunate thing is, while we were doing this test, when I was doing the all mode, pure mode, that's when the wind got really heavy, and I didn't have the freaking wind muff, dead cat, set up. So I'll probably put it as a little disclaimer or something. This rear mode, maybe you might not be able to hear me too well, I'm not sure. For my purposes, let's just go put it into focus. And okay, so I think I could potentially use this entire thing here. And the question is it too lengthy? Let's find out. It'd be from 4 minutes to, okay, it's like a couple minutes. Let's see. Let's start from the beginning. One of the biggest surprises about the ZR wasn't the image quality, it was the audio. The ZR can record 32-bit flow audio internally, as well as from the digital hot shoe or the mic jack. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. I also tried Nikon's new MED10 shotgun mic, which, spoiler alert, I really liked. It's compact, requires no cables or batteries, and it feeds audio directly via the digital hot shoe. So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot. This is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. I'm going to switch this now to the all mode. So now it's on all, so I don't know if that means it should be capturing a bit more ambient sound besides just whatever's in front of the camera.
So you guys be the judge if the sound quality has changed at all. And then we're gonna do one final thing. Let's go over to this rear mode. So now it should be picking up on the rear side if my logic, if my deduction skills are anything. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and choose pure. So there's like two kind of switches you can play around with. So one of the options you can switch between is focus and pure. All of this so far was on focus mode. Now we are on pure mode. Same thing, let me switch over to the all mode. So now this is all mode, pure mode. The all pure mode, let's just say. So you guys tell me, and we'll see later obviously how the sound is. If you see me looking around a lot, it's because I keep getting bit by bugs. Okay. Or we have these like lake flies around here, so I have a battle for my life right now. Last thing, let's go switch this to the rear. See me looking around mode, let's just say. So you guys tell me, and we'll see later obviously how the sound is. Okay, we'll remove a bit of the fluff. So now in this rear mode. Last thing, you guys tell me, and we'll see later obviously how the sound is. Last thing, let's go switch this to the rear. So now in this rear mode, maybe you might not be able to hear me too well, I'm not sure. I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recordings. So I believe this is set to the 32-bit float recording, so very, very excited to test that out. We have been testing it throughout the past few days, but I haven't had time to actually go through the computer and see what's the quality of the audio, especially when the chimpanzees are just screeching right into the camera. So okay, maybe we keep that last one. I'm not sure yet. But then all of this, that means we can get rid of them, most likely. Okay, so let's jump back into this one. For solo travel work, 32-bit float. Let's briefly talk about... Okay, so then this is the conclusion to the audio section. So let's bring this in here. The audio, especially when the chimpanzees are just screeching right into the camera. So for solo travel work, 32-bit float internally feels like a cheat code. It means fewer retakes, fewer ruined moments, and of course fewer gadgets that I need to stuff into my travel bags. Okay, that could work. We might cut a bit out of this, otherwise it all serves a purpose, right? This whole section is meant to be a test. So now you're testing between the 32-bit float internally in the camera and then also versions with the shotgun mic. So hopefully a prospective buyer of the camera is watching this being like, okay, well, is it worth having a 32-bit float? And also this shotgun mic that comes with the camera. I believe it's like $300 or something. So it's not the cheapest. But again, for the price of the camera being so low, and to think to yourself like, okay, well then, if I don't need to like have an external monitor, I don't have to spend money on all the other accessories. If I just need to spend money on the camera body and a shotgun mic, and I don't need cables, batteries, or anything else, it might be worth the sell, right? So I personally did like the shotgun mic quite a bit. I am okay. So let's say that concludes. I am the audio. Especially when the chimpanzees are... That concludes that section. For chimpanzees are just screeching right into the camera, so... For solo travel work, 32-bit float internally feels like a cheat code. It means fewer retakes, fewer ruined moments, and of course, fewer gadgets that I need to stuff into my travel bags. Okay, good job, Yobel. Yeah, I learned a lot. Thank you. So then, let's go ahead and push all these aside for now. Let's bring it back towards somewhere here. Okay, so then what's next? Dun, dun. fewer gadgets that I need to stuff into my travel bags. Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR.
Should we? We shall. Okay, we'll go with the second one.
Stuff into my travel bags. Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR. Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR. My travel bags. Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR. Travel bags. Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR.
Okay. Drag this in.
Let's briefly talk about how stable.
Man, I mean, obviously I know that I'm, well, one, I'm fairly new to making YouTube videos and especially doing these kind of product reviews. But it is a lot of work. And you know what? If there's like one of the things that I hope it comes across from doing these live streams and showing the behind the scenes, hopefully there's a level of appreciation people will have for, like, I mean, YouTubers in general. Like, I'm learning it myself. I'm like, yo, I have a newfound respect. It's not newfound anymore, but as I was doing this, I had such a growing respect for people who do this for a living, because it's like, yo, the people who can pump out YouTube videos consistently, quickly, I'm like, I admire that so much, because it means that these are people who've really understood how to scale, and they understand a template and a structure and like execute on it. Like, to me, you're watching me spend so much time just doing simple things, right? So we do hope we'll get faster over time, but yeah.
Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR. It's not necessarily one of the game-changing features that Nikon is touting about the camera, but it's definitely one of the most important. It's footages from the ZR. It's not necessarily one of the game-changing features that Nikon is touting about the camera, but it's definitely one of the most important for my style of shooting. When you're chasing after wild travel moments, the faster you can adapt, the better, whether that's swapping out lenses or filters or changing settings, or in my case, shooting handheld most times, where you need to stuff the camera in the bag while you're pushing through a dense jungle environment, to then switching it out, swapping lenses, and then boom, hopefully, you capture the shot.
Okay, I might leave it as is, even though I have a few like stutters or like filler words in there. Let me just see. It depends if I'm going to use B-roll in that section or not. Let's see. Because obviously I want to start showing.
With the ZR's in-body stabilization rated up to 7.5 stops, it absolutely helped keep my footage stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and it's not necessarily one of the game-changing features that Nikon is touting about the camera, but it's definitely one of the most important for my style of shooting. When you're chasing after...
Okay, I feel like that pause right there, it warrants like some B-roll, or like I feel like it's expected that all of a sudden I'm shifting over to some B-roll.
For my style of shooting. When you're chasing after wild travel moments...
Okay, so basically at that point, I do feel like I need to start putting in some B-roll footage, so let's go ahead and see what we got. That would be this section, I think. No, this section.
Okay. Which one do we move in? And with the ZR's in-body stabilization, it's not necessarily one of the game-changing features that Nikon is touting about the camera, but it's definitely one of the most important for my style of shooting. Okay, let's see. My style of shooting. Most important for my style of shooting. Most important for my style. I think I need to play it a little bit earlier. It's definitely one of the most important for my style of shooting. When you're chasing after wild travel moments. Okay, and then unfortunately I looked to the left, which is like normal, but it might look weird in this circumstance. So maybe I need to play this a little bit sooner. Let's see. Important for my style of shooting. When you're chasing after wild travel moments, the faster you can adapt, the better. Whether that's swapping out lenses or filters or changing settings, or in my case, shooting handheld most times, where you need to stuff the camera in the bag while you're pushing through a dense jungle environment, to then switching it out, swapping lenses, and then boom, hopefully, you know, you capture the shot. And with the ZR, okay, I don't know, it might be overkill to show two similar shots. When you're chasing after wild travel moments, the faster you can adapt, the better. Whether that's swapping out lenses or unfortunately, I don't think I have any B-roll of me swapping out lenses and stuff from this trip. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should take a look. Filters or changing settings, or in my case, shooting handheld most times, where you need to stuff. Okay, yeah, actually, that makes more sense. So I don't think I'll show that here. That'll have to be swapping lenses, and then handheld most times, where you need to stuff the camera in the bag while you're pushing through a dense jungle. Through okay, so we are going to remove any stutters here, I think. Through a dense bag while you're pushing through a dense jungle environment. While you're pushing through a dense jungle environment, to then switching it out, swapping lenses, and then boom, hopefully, you know, you capture the shot. Boom. And with the
Did I really have to say that?
Stabilizes, and then boom, hopefully, you know, you capture the shot.
Jesus.
And then
let's remove the boom.
boom, hopefully, you know, you know.
Why would I say, you know? Okay, hopefully, you know, we took care of this. Okay, let's pause my music. Let's listen to this.
Swapping lenses, and then hopefully you capture the shot. Switching it out, swapping lenses, and then hopefully you capture the shot.
Okay, it's better. Okay, so I do think I might have some B-roll to play there. And then for this section, we obviously have the tracking one.
And with the ZR's in-body stabilization rated up to 7.5 stops, it absolutely helped keep my footage stable and usable while I was moving fast.
So then here, I think I'll just play it because I'm looking at the camera. It's fine. And then this point is where we'll need to use one of the footages. I'm not sure which one.
While I was moving fast.
Daytor, hello, hey, welcome. You say boom? Okay. Well, I clearly said boom as well, right? So it's in my verbiage as well. But then listening to me say it, I'm like, yo, there are better moments when I could say boom. That was not one of them. So it was an improper usage of a beautiful term like boom. Garv, you said this is so satisfying to watch. Every person that cuts so good. Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I would definitely not say I am an expert by any means, and actual professional editors are probably looking at me and like
shedding real tears at how slow and how improperly I'm probably doing things. But we're here to learn together. So stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example. Okay, here again, I look to the left. So let's. Oh, wait, no, I think this should be. I'll have some B-roll here anyways, so it's fine. And usable while I was moving fast. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. And usable while I was moving fast. This is okay. So, yeah, we do want to cut that part out. While I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So basically what I would show here though is a side-by-side comparison. So you would see this kind of like minimized on the left, and then we'd have a slow motion stabilized version on the right. So this is just placeholder, but I just want to see how it looks. And with the ZRs, and then now what we need to do is we need to start dragging in some clips from the behind the scenes shots that the Nikon representative took of me. So let's see, where did I put them? This is the problem when your workflow is like mine, which is a bit chaotic. I have way too many project timelines here broken down by frame rates or by the days. Okay, so okay, let me look at what is the words that I need to match the B-roll to. I said, when you're chasing wild travel moments, the faster you can adapt, swap lenses or ND filters and change settings, the better. That often means I'm shooting handheld, stashing the camera. Okay, yeah, so this whole section here, I need to find clips that relate to it. So basically showing me in my travel shoots where I have to switch lenses, you're seeing me handhold, that kind of stuff. So, all right, let's look for some potential shots here. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, you know what? And I did color code these already, so that's good. Garv, you said in Germany we say good things take time. Oh wait, Garv, you're in Germany as well? Because Dator is from Germany, if I'm not mistaken. So nice. We're meeting people from all over the world, and we're building a community. In Germany, we say good things take time. Is there a word for that? Amber, could you tell me how to say in German the phrase, we say good things take time?
Sure. In German, you could say, Wir sagen gute Dinge brauchen Zeit.
Wir sagen guten Dingen binken sein.
Exactly, you got it. Wir sagen gute Dinge brauchen Zeit is just the right way to say it.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Wir sagen, I already forgot the rest. Guten Dingen binken sein. In due time, I'll learn how to say it.
1 minute left.
Okay, let's see. Oh, and these are shots with the shotgun mic as well, so these also have potential. Let's put some music back on. Okay, so I need a bit more of wilder shots. Well, I mean, these are wild, I guess. Okay, so what did I say here? When you're chasing wild travel moments, the faster you can adapt, swap lenses or filters. So do I have any shots where I'm swapping things out? Not in these ones, but let's keep looking. Okay, for sure one of these shots, I think, because now we're out in the wild a bit. Oh, here we go. Nice, nice. Okay, here I am, swapping something out, or it looks like it, even though I wasn't. Okay, let's just double check. Okay, now I have to be careful. I don't want to use other brands in this shot, so we'll try to keep it agnostic throughout. Or we want to basically just focus on Nikon. Okay, so either I can use this clip here. So something from like here.
Maybe we can go this way so that we...
So it could be this section maybe. Or from the beginning. This is good. Thank you very much, Garv. And Charlie, just got back from a shoot and seen you streaming. Nice to see what you're up to. Still the review video? Yes. And still, we're doing the review video. We're probably going to do this for a few more days, to be honest. Although, I'm trying to see how far we can get today. And I'm hoping I can actually get to a point where we can send some of this off to a video editor. And so, my focus right now is building the skeleton. So, we've made some progress. And yeah, I think I should be able to finish by the end of today's stream the full skeleton of the video that we can send to an editor. So right now I'm just looking for any B-roll shots of me switching lenses or things like that. So this is probably the best example I have. So maybe we'll clip from here. So let me copy some of these guys. Anything else? Oh yeah, this too. Okay, so let me drag the ones that we want to copy over to a top layer. Oh man, I'm getting so hungry now. Okay, so these are all with the Atomos. Okay. Let's copy these guys. Okay, we're making progress. But yeah, Charlie, you said you got back from a shoot. Was this like a professional shoot, or was this just like personal stuff you were doing? But yeah, hopefully it was a good shoot. All right, what else do we got? This is from the boat day. Oh, we got some good ones here. I'll probably just, maybe I should just drag everything over. Just give me a few more shots where I'm switching lenses or I'm like fiddling with the camera. Or did I almost fall there? Kind of, but not really. So what again, let me remind myself. When you're chasing wild travel moments, the faster you can adapt, swap lenses or filters, and change settings, the better. So maybe a close-up of me swapping settings around could work. And then that often means I'm shooting handheld, stashing the camera in my bag. So I think I had a shot where you can see me with my sling bag. Okay. Oh, kind of. Eh, not the best example, but it could work. You can kind of tell that I'm doing something, like I'm swapping lenses or caps. So, okay, you know what? We'll keep it just in case. Now, this would be a fun one to show, just to show the behind the scenes of, like, you know, how I was filming this. Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, this could work, because I say when you're chasing wild travel moments, it's not a shot of me chasing, but it's still kind of a wild travel moment with a nice behind the scenes, because we don't have a lot of shots of me close to the chimps here. So Charlie said it's an upcoming podcast for local grassroots musicians. Super great. It's professional but relaxed. Nice. You know, like every other content creator in the world, at some point I think I want to have my own podcast. So to have a studio and also like doing a podcast would be kind of fun. But yeah, everybody says that. Everyone wants to do it. The question is, can you do it? Can you be Can you be entertaining and provide knowledge or whatever, or have interesting guests, right? But I think that'd be fun to do in the future sometime, you know. Charlie, you asked, by the way, do you use a Cine saddle? If so, what brand do you use? I've never even heard that word before. Let's look it up. Cine saddle. Is this like something to balance your camera, like a beanbag type thing? Yeah. Okay. I know of this concept. I could guess by the terminology, Cine saddle, as in like a saddle thing. I've seen some brands about this. I just never ended up using it. I'm not even kidding. What I end up using is I just use my existing sling bag from Peak Design. One second. Let me not hit my mic. We'll go full cam for this. But yeah, literally, I just use the bag I have now. It doesn't have to be Peak Design. It's just the one that I happen to use. But I'll be wearing I wear my sling bag, and I can just rest the camera on top of this. And it kind of does the same, you know, it serves the same purpose, but the extra value is that it's got actual pockets and space, right? So I can put my cameras, my batteries, and everything in this, and I can use it as a Cine saddle, I guess is the term. Ugh. But yeah, thank you. I didn't know that was the actual terminology. In terms of the one I'm seeing here, though, I think I have seen some advertisement for these kind of things. But yeah, I think maybe I should purchase one at some point. But I have survived so far without it. But I do think this is probably a better solution, especially for someone like me that doesn't necessarily use gimbals. This is probably the best example, or sorry, the best solution for someone like me that doesn't like to use gimbals too often. So now when I do my African safaris, I do have like a portable bean bag that you can fill up with rice and stuff at the lodges, and then you usually put that on the side of like the camera, like the frames or wherever else. Cine saddle. Okay. Yeah, possibly I might invest in one of these. But like I said, you can just use a normal bag, assuming it's large enough. And the Peak Design one has worked in certain moments. It's been clutch at different moments. Oh, actually, including here. I think I was showing some of the clips earlier. Yeah, see? Okay, look. Perfect timing. So, Charlie, to your question, this is how I would shoot, right? So here, I just kind of stacked my bags. And then I would just rest, you know, in this case, I was cheating a little bit because I had two bags stacked up here. So you can see I just, you know, you just do what you need to. But I had a backpack and then I put the sling on top and then just resting on top. So not always, this is not the best example. But yeah, like these bags are thick enough that you could end up using it as like extra cushioning as needed. So. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here you don't see the chimp in the shot, so I think I won't bring that one forward. Charlie said, Totally, the host is a radio presenter for the BBC, so we know he has an audience and can be entertaining. Also, that bag looks super nice. I might have to get one. Which one? Oh, the Peak Design one. Yeah, Peak Design bags are really nice. Peak Design in general is like super, super nice. Another one I've heard of is Pidgeotech. So I think Pidgeotech is like one of those up-and-coming ones. Yeah, I shouldn't say that because I think it's been around for a while. But I know a lot of my fellow photographers out in Dubai, a lot of them do actually use Pidgeotech. So that's another brand that, you know, I might be interested in. Okay, anyways, we're getting distracted. Okay. Let's look at this clip here. This could work. Dun, 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 dun. This one's kind of an interesting one. Oh wait, no, I have better ones. Okay. Oh, now if we have a shot... Let's see. If we have a shot with the chimp in the background as I'm filming him, that'd be nice. The problem is we are both on boats. So the lady, the person that's filming me, she's on a boat as well. So it's like you're trying to get steady shots, but it's also you're like rocking back and forth. So okay, I think this one will work. This probably works even better though. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, another video I want to make is an actual behind the scenes video about the documentary. So this is more like a product review video. Dun, 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 Oh, the shaking is giving me a headache though. Okay. I don't know if that was too usable. Okay, this is usable. This looks nice. This looks nice. Man, I promise you guys, I'm not a vain person. Or not like overly so. I'm sure everyone is to a certain extent. Everyone wants to look good, I bet. But yeah. So generally speaking, I don't really care. Like I'm not the type of person who wants like nice photos of me when I'm traveling and stuff. But especially now that I'm doing this more for like a business, one thing is like I'm always jealous of people who travel in groups and people who travel with photographers or like in this case videographers as well. But like to be able to get good shots of you while you're out traveling and stuff, it's like, oh, what do you call it? Like never, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That's how I feel. Every photographer feels this, right? It's like you're always the one shooting others, but no one can shoot you. So this, I do feel happy when I do end up with some good shots of me because I need this. Like I need this for branding and like as I promote myself and my business or things like that. So hopefully we have a few steady moments here. But even this as a thumbnail looks nice. Jesus, it's so shaky though. freaking shaky. Now the funny thing here is she asked me to point the camera towards her just to get some shots of me, which is kind of funny because it's like I'm just, the action's behind me and here I am pointing a camera in the other opposite direction. But I think all of that was blurry, unfortunately. Or like the focus on me when ideally it should be on the camera, I think. So, okay, maybe off to the side. Come on, let's see what we got. Ooh, this is nice. Barely. We barely have a moment there. We'll see. Christ, what was she using? Was she... I mean, yes, it was shaky. The boat is shaky, but there's an excessive amount of shake right now, okay? You know what? It's not a knock on her. I think... I'm going to pat myself on the back. I think, you know what? She wasn't lying. The lady who was telling me. I think I'm pretty good at hand holding. I think I do a decent job at trying to be stable. Just hand holding. Not to say I'm like the best at it, but I usually do an acceptable job. Go with that. Oops. Okay, unfortunately, I'm not finding the moment I was talking about, though. I need moments where I'm like swapping lenses. Ooh, maybe here? You know what's kind of cool about this shot is the lighting is actually really nice because I'm getting a decent fill light from the sun bouncing off the water reflecting into my face. So it acts as a nice little like reflector slash like diffuse light. Okay, this is a good one somewhere. So we'll look through this. So I said what? When you're chasing wild travel moments. Okay, that could be a nice one to include. Oh yeah, especially because we're talking about in-body image stabilization. So here we are on like a rocky boat. So let me just clip up the part in specifically. So maybe from here. Okay, okay. Well, this is just a nice shot, so I'll clip this part. Man, she was so stable here. Why was she so stable for this shot, but the shot where it mattered, where the close-ups with the chimps? Actually, this is good though, because then yeah, same thing. We're on a rocky boat. Come on, I need swapping lenses. Alright, there's a nice moment there, I think. I might use something from this, because like, obviously this whole topic is about shooting how stable the footage is, right? So seeing me lose my balance kind of fits nicely in terms of the story. So Okay. All right, so everything in the second track level, let's go ahead and copy and paste it over. Okay. Damn, we have so many clips here, and I don't think we're probably only gonna use like a handful of these at most. So, but we're in a good place to be. The fact that we have more footage to pull from, it's always, I feel like the opposite's worse, right? If you don't have enough footage and you have to like make do with what you've got. Whereas here we have too much footage, but then it can feel overwhelming, but then at least you know there's a story somewhere buried in this. Okay, so which one was that? That was this one, I think. Did we pull anything from here yet? Okay, let's go ahead and pull some of these now, just because I know we'll use it. If it's not in this section, it'll be somewhere else. Close-ups, maybe. It's just like a whatever shot, but just in case, it might be useful. Okay, for sure, I think I want something from this. Because I feel like this section also, I've gotten the most questions from people about, like, how did you end up filming that shot? So it's like, here you go. And then I can transition between showing this behind the scenes and then swapping over to the actual footage. So if we can find a nice way to, like, blend it together, that'd be nice. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, not the best example there. Yeah, I think I had twice. No, maybe it was once, but the recording got interrupted. I'm not sure what I did there, which is annoying. Oh yeah, I don't really talk about the photo capabilities, but do 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 do. Yeah, we'll focus on the video side of things. So maybe just up until I switch. Okay. BC, you are Wait, you have how many points do you have? Why are you only gambling 16? Did I miss something? And how many points do I have? Oh, let's join the heist if it's not too late. Dun, 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 dun.
Yo bell, a videographer's life for me.
That's good. As we do our heist, I like the timing. Okay, this one's a nice framing. Yo, I'm getting so hungry right now. Did I have... Yeah, I had lunch. I think it's a decent shot. Okay, this one's nice. So these are, I guess, more like ambient shots, maybe? They don't, like, serve a purpose from the dialogue perspective, but if I need to fill in with some B-roll of, like, me shooting with this camera, some of these are more for that. Okay, let's go back. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. No big PP for me. Oh man, you lost it. Oh my goodness. Listen, I try my best not to what did they say? You try not to prey on their downfall, right? But it's sometimes it is good to see that we're all human at the end of the day, you know? This whole time I was like, yo, I feel like BC has figured out how to game the system. He's like hacked into the matrix. So it's good to know. It's good to know. BC is just like us, with a modest amount of PP. Or I guess in your sense, no PP. I shouldn't laugh at your current situation though. I apologize. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, are we done yet? We are not done. We have some more. Okay, so what did I say? When you're chasing while travel, the faster you can adapt, swap lenses. Often means I'm shooting handheld. So this is probably a good one. Stashing the camera in my sling as I push through dense jungle. Okay, I think I'll do maybe one of these shots, just a close up, showing you out in the environment. Okay. I think this works. I'm trying not to focus too much on like showing me as opposed to like just the close-ups of the camera in the environment. This one looks clean. Although it looks like my fly's unzipped. We accept. We're okay with that. Okay, I think these are the ones we'll end up using. Oh my god, what a long process. Arduous process. But we're almost done with it. We have more. Oh my goodness. Is this the last one? I think it's the last one. Okay. So obviously these are much better to use just because it's like out in the wild. Although I think the product shots I ended up taking look really nice. Like it was very polished. So okay. Copy and paste. Let's see, is that the last one? 1080. So these are all the Atomos shots, I believe. This one's empty. Okay, we got all of the B-roll, or like the behind the scenes shots of me. So let's just paste this one in. I'm gonna laugh if it turns out I had all of this already copied into this timeline somewhere. Okay, no, I'm good. Because we just spent like a solid, what, was that like 30 minutes? Doing this. Okay. And then let's just drag these guys to the bottom track. Okay, so we have all of these guys. We're not obviously focusing on them. I just need the ones that would work for talking about the in-body stabilization. Oh, should be these ones here. Oh, hello, F Mead, which is aka Yogi. I do remember that now. So the wiring has connected finally. So what is up, Yogi? BC, it's surprising how big things become with the zoom lens. Yes. I'm assuming you're referring to his very, very small amount of PP. So yes, if you Invest in a telephoto. But yes, welcome Yogi. How are you doing? We are, on our side, we're putting together the skeleton of our product review for Nikon ZR. So it's a lot of, I've been just basically going through hearing my voice from all the recorded voiceover sections. And now I'm working on the section where we're going to talk about the in-body image stabilization capabilities of the camera. Which is, where is it? Does it start here? Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR. It's not necessarily one of the game-changing features that Nikon is touting about the camera, but it's definitely one of the most important for my style of shooting. When you're chasing... So then roughly here, when I say when you're chasing, this is where we can start slapping in some of our shots. You have a 15-600 to compensate. Nice, nice. 15-600. Yo, wait, what? I never even knew that such a lens exists. You can go all the way to 15 and then go to 600? Crazy. You're doing well. Good, good. We are also doing well here. Yo, I keep saying we. It's weird to say, I think. Now in hindsight. Yes, but I am doing well. Thank you. There is no we. I don't speak to myself in that sense. 150. Okay. Yo, I mean, I'm sure there might be like a 15-600. Maybe you can call the iPhone one of those, right? Got some crazy telephoto zoom lens, zoom capabilities, but yeah. Okay. But yes, we're doing well. I'm just working through here. Let's see. So I need some shots that matches with when I say the lines. When you're chasing wild travel moments. So when I'm saying that first line, I feel like using one of these shots could work. Because it is kind of wild. You know, I'm on a boat and I'm just looking for the shot where you can see the chimps behind you or in front of me. Let's see. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll do one of these shots, show me swapping lenses, and then show a different shot. So like showing how I'm adapting to the environment, aka what my voiceover talks about. Ooh, okay, let's turn down the... Shoot, how do we do this? Do we need the audio for this section? Let me think. Because I don't want to manually... Is there a fast way to do it? There must be. A dense jungle and important for my style of shooting. When you're chasing after wild travel moments, the faster you can adapt, the better. Whether that's swapping out lenses or filters or changing settings. Maybe a bridge cam, you said? Handheld most times, where you need to stuff the camera in the bag while you're pushing through a dense jungle environment, to then switching it out, swapping lenses, and then hopefully you capture the shot. Most times where you... Okay, can I just remove a lot of this? Let's see. Whether that's swapping out lenses or filters or changing settings, or in my case, shooting handheld most times where you need to stuff the camera in the bag while you're pushing through a dense jungle environment, to then switching it out, swapping lenses, and then hopefully you capture the shot. And with the ZR's in-body stabilization rated up to 7.5 stops, it absolutely helped keep my footage stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example. Oh, you know what? What am I doing? Oh, sorry, I don't mean it that way, but if I'm trying to hire a video editor, technically this would be the job of the editor. Because I'm sure I'm putting the skeleton together, so I'm not trying to actually choose all the B-roll. I guess because I need to get into the habit of if I'm going to have an editor long term, I do need to figure out this working relationship and how I do this. And some of these kind of like selecting a B-roll, that would be something that I would trust the editor to do. Whereas what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to make sure the timing, the full duration of the video, and all those things are finalized. So, okay, let me just shift that over to the side for now. Well, one of the clips I do want to highlight now is the one that's going to be used. Probably this one, right? Let's see. Okay, so one of these I'm going to use when I talk about like one of my favorite shots. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over. What did I say? Here's one of my favorite shots while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. Okay, so I said favorite example, so I guess I could show more than like the single clip, so I can chop this up or use different versions. Let's see. This is probably the best example to use because you're literally seeing the camera shake. You're seeing that the chimp also have to walk over one of those tree roots. So let's see if we can map it up here. Visible while I was moving fast. While I was moving fast. Here's my favorite while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards. Usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking back. Oh, you know what? I won't do that fade out, just in case the editor, assuming I hire one, they'll do it. While I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots. Okay, so I could just use that in its entirety, but let's check out the other potential clips to use. That's just such a cool shot too, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to use it here.
Go.
Oh, that's a good one too. Okay. I mean, that's a good one as well. Damn. We're spoiled for choices here. That's the bottom line. Here it's like, this is one of the best examples, and it fits towards the end as well. The only thing is, like, clearly I've used this shot in the trailer, in the opening scene of my documentary, so then I don't want to like overuse it. Not to say there's anything wrong with it, because it is, I'm trying to point out one of the best moments in the documentary. but I can always use any number of my additional footages that I didn't get to share to the public. So then it's like almost like if you watch the product review, it's not like just regurgitating the documentary and me going over some of the key moments. You're actually getting a multiplier effect, or like you're getting additional footages that wasn't shared in the documentary, which would mean like one of these moments could be useful to show. So cool, so cool. I just don't know how we're going to choose between this, but okay, so for now let's just assume. And with the ZR's in-body stabilization rated up to 7.5 stops, it absolutely helped keep my footage stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots. Yeah, it kind of ends nicely there too. So, all right, so we'll put this as like maybes. Oh yeah, we do have a few more. Let's see. But here I wasn't moving, so.
Come here. Nanya daw kung ninggal ka.
Hello, people of the universe. Hello, hello, BT or Beati. How are you doing? How's it going? We made good progress on the video so far. So while I put a pause, I took a pause on like figuring out the opening teaser, I guess, or the intro. I'm putting the skeleton together using my dialogue. And then I think I'm leaning towards trying to use a video editor who can help me out with this. So the thought process is that I will put the skeleton together, and then maybe I'll either render this and then send it over to a video editor to then just like add in the text overlays or any visual effects on top. Or I need to send a proxy file of everything, but yeah, haven't decided. So yeah, you're just catching me as I'm trying to finish this by tonight, where we've gotten most of the clean dialogue now. So I've taken all the best takes that I have of my script and was trying to see where I need to overlay some of the B-roll that I have. And then any of the question marks, I'll leave it open, and maybe the editor would have to choose between whatever I've selected from, or he has to select from whatever I've shortlisted. Let's play it from here real quick. I just need to see. This is the audio section. And that's a huge win for my filming style. Given the unpredictable nature of my travel shoots, I'm rarely in controlled environments, and in this case I had occasional chimps screeching into the mic. So not having to worry about adjusting levels mid-take is a huge relief. I also tried Nikon's new MED10. Although that, yeah, I think that means, because if I send him an exported footage, then I have to be very mindful of all the audio levels. because as far as I know, I won't be able to export it with like all the separate tracks, as far as I know. So, okay. Or maybe I just send him, yeah, maybe he just focuses on the video stuff and then I do the audio stuff. I don't know. I've never worked with an editor before. And so this is like one of those things where I have to figure out what the actual handoff process is, like the how to have synergy with an editor. But I do know I need an editor. Like above all else, like if I'm going to be successful doing this, I can't just do it all on my own. So let's look at a few notable examples from my shoot. This is in front mode. Okay, so I'll need a bit of a pause there. It's a little too sudden. Examples from my shoot. This is in notable examples from my shoot. This is in front mode, focus mode on the shotgun mic. I'm going to switch this now to the all mode. So now it's on all, so I don't know if that means it should be capturing a bit more ambient sound besides just whatever's in front of the camera. So you guys be the judge if the sound quality has changed at all. And then we're going to do one final thing. Let's go over to this rear mode. So now it should be picking up on the rear side if my logic, if my deduction skills are anything. And now we were in focus. Let's go ahead and choose pure. So there's like two kind of switches you can play around with. So one of the options you can switch between is focus and pure. All of this so far was on focus mode. Now we are on pure mode. Same thing, let me switch over to the all mode. So now this is all mode, pure mode. The all pure mode, let's just say. So you guys tell me, and we'll see later obviously how the sound is. Last thing, let's go switch this to rear. So now in this rear mode, maybe you might not be able to hear me too well, I'm not sure. I am without the shotgun mic, so we're just going with the built-in mic recordings. So I believe this is set to the 32-bit float recording, so very, very excited to test that out. We have been testing it throughout the past few days, but I haven't had time to actually go through the computer and see what's the quality of the audio, especially when the chimpanzees are just screeching right into the camera. So for solo, okay, that's good. BD, you're saying editors are important, and is this Nikon? Yes, this is all from the same thing. This is all from the Nikon ZR project that I was on, where, yeah, all the chimpanzee stuff is using the Nikon ZR. Yeah, one second, I'm multitasking here. Let's just add a little bit of distance between those two. So. For solo travel work, 32-bit float internal. Yeah, so Nikon ZR. So, we're almost done now, but it's this beautiful camera here. The ZR. And then, yeah, hopefully the video editor, assuming I just send him all these files, they would know when to put this in at the right time and stuff. This camera is it is a very pretty camera, I will say. And that beautiful 4-inch display monitor. Nikon Red. And I was also happy to see that I was happy to see that I could use my desk as like I can actually do my product shots from the desk. So oh, you know, one interesting thing about this camera, which I haven't been able to test, it has like a product. It has a product shot mode where it's supposed to, I'm assuming it means it recognizes when you're trying to shoot products. And I don't know what that does though, but the irony here is the ZR itself was the product, so I didn't get to use it on itself, obviously. I see, looks like reddish. I'll stop there. Yes, both, I like what you said. Of course, it is the Nikon with the red capabilities, but yeah, actually I kept the temperature, yeah, I kept it looking warm. So I was talking about this yesterday. I was like, oh, okay, technically I could adjust this to be a bit like more neutral or like white balance, let's say. But I kind of like how it looks. So what I had said was like, until someone tells me that this is why you can't keep it warm like that, you need to make it more neutral or like normal, Until someone tells me exactly why I can't do this, I'm just going to keep it like this. Because, yeah, it is like a red tint, and it is about the Nikon red capabilities, so why not? It's on fire, you know? Okay, so where were we? So this was the audio section, then we go into... Let's briefly talk about how stable the footage is from the ZR. It's not necessarily one of the game-changing features that Nikon is touting about the camera, but it's definitely one of the most important for my style of shooting. When you're chasing after wild... So here's where we'll add some B-roll. The faster you can adapt, the better. Whether that's swapping out lenses or filters or changing settings, or in my case, shooting handheld most times where you need to stuff the camera. Meaning color, science, and sensor. And again, I will stop there. Yeah, you know, not that I have enough comparables, let's say, in terms of like, I've never shot with other cinema cameras. The one comment that I'd made, and I couldn't tell if it was like, yeah, I think someone corrected me or said it was just a coincidence, but when I have these shots of the chimps here, and anytime you see the shots where their eye is in focus or like the light is you know, reflecting off the eye, I just really like the red colors that come in. I feel like the red colors really pop with this camera. And so I was wondering like, oh wait, is it called red because like were they known for some kind of like red color science or something? Which I'm pretty sure someone corrected me and said, I'm pretty sure it's about just the red light that you see when you're recording as opposed to like the red colors themselves. But yes, I'm actually a big fan of this color science. I'm a big fan of how the red colors really pop. At least in my limited time when I was shooting. It was nice. Pachi, Poc-E. Well, thank you very much, Poc-E. Pachi, POCC_E. Thank you for the follow on the Twitch side. Poc-E. I'm just waiting. Sometimes I wait when I see someone follow to see if they're spam. So I'm just waiting to see, Pachi, if you're about to tell me like, hey, did you hear the good news of our Lord and Savior? Crypto this, and you know, just sign up to this wallet, blah blah blah. Although that happens more on Kick than it does on Twitch for sure. But yes, so BD, I'm not sure. Obviously, you have a lot more knowledge here than I do, but at least from my limited world of experience, I really like the color science of this this camera. And I'm curious. We had someone in the chat yesterday. Was it Charlie? Or no, someone was talking about their Komodo, the red Komodo camera that shoots like 16-bit. And I was like, yo, I'm curious now what it's like to shoot at that higher bit depth. But Pachi, you said, no, I am real. I do editing myself and recording. Nice. Well, thank you for being a real person. And thank you for the follow and for engaging in the chat. I appreciate all of it. You do editing. Are you also a streamer? Let me just double check. See if I should follow you. I can give you a follow. Oh, wait, you're not a streamer? Okay. Let me know if you need a follow. You don't stream? Okay, never mind. Gotcha. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I also am an editor, let's say. It sounds weird to say that, but I am a photographer that turned in... I'm a travel photographer that jumped more into wildlife photography in the past few years, and then I started going into into video, mostly for like short form content. And then as of a year and a half ago, I moved into YouTube, and so we've been trying to post on YouTube more consistently in the past few months. And then I'm now trying to be an aspiring filmmaker, let's say, or at least I'm viewing myself as like trying to attain that level next. So instead of just being like an amateur travel vlogger, how can we actually treat ourselves to be more like a cinematographer? Excuse me. That's the world laughing at me for saying that I'm trying to be a cinematographer. But yeah, trying to be more professional with it, understanding the technical side of things, and then like just shoot and edit better. So I do all the shooting and editing myself, but I am hopefully going to have an editor soon. BD, you said, I have no idea to be honest, but the only thing I will give them is that they were the first to really figure out digital RAW in 2013 to 2015. Interesting. Now, my limited understanding is that Red, I believe Red is known for their codec being very, very efficient, or like however they compress or deal with their actual codec files. Supposedly, it's supposed to be like very, very efficient to the point where I believe when Nikon pushed out NRAW, that was using some kind of compression technology or like making the files more efficient. Then Red sued Nikon, which then ultimately led to Nikon buying Red. But in my testing, I also did notice that where it's like anywhere from 2 to 3 times more efficient. As in when I shoot with like Apple ProRes RAW, I can only shoot like a third or a half to a third of what I could shoot when I was filming in NRAW or in the R3D NE codec. Charlie, it was you? Okay, gotcha. Pachi, I don't stream, but I do full-time editing, directing, and stuff. Same for me, I want to make movies one day. Nice. Well, we are in the same boat. Pachi, if you would like to join anyone, I guess, as well, but I do have a Discord that we've created, so we're trying to build a nice community within the streaming world and anyone who's watching, but for, fellow artists, content creators, videographers, whatever it is, right? So we're trying to build out that community, so feel free to join the Discord, which I linked in the chat. Yeah, I think the main thing is it's trying to build a nice community and support system. You can share whatever you're working on and we can review it on stream or just amongst each other. And also you'll get notified whenever I go stream. And we do stream every day, so keep that in mind. We plan to stream every day. We've been streaming every day for like 46 days in a row. And then I had to take 2 weeks off to film for this project with the new Nikon ZR. And here we are. Is this shot on the new Nikon with the red sensor? Yes. Oh, wait, I missed a few things. 1 second. BD, you said, and Nikon acquired MRMC recently, which I use their systems. I don't know what that is. Let me look it up. Which I use their systems a whole lot, and they are amazing. And I do like the tighter integration they have between Red and MRMC. MRMC. See, this is how little we know about the film world, but we're trying to get there. So thank you, BD, for being being a part of this community. We're learning so much. Mark Roberts motion control. And yes, Pachi, everything you're seeing here was shot with the new Nikon ZR. So I was very lucky to be invited by the Nikon team here in the Dubai, sorry, not Dubai, but like in the Middle East and African region. I am based in Dubai though. They had invited me to test out the camera, so I went for a few days in Uganda and I filmed a bunch of shots of these rescued chimpanzees at the island sanctuary, and then I created my very first short film documentary using the Nikon ZR. So if you want to see the full thing, it should be pinned on all the chats. It is on my YouTube channel. It's a 5-minute short documentary film, so feel free to check it out. Let me know what you think about it. Share it with everyone. But yeah. Mark Roberts Motion Control, the leading manufacturer and supplier of cutting-edge solutions for motion control, automation, broadcast robotics, volumetric, and remote image capture. Yo, that's a lot of big words there. Whoa, okay, so this is like we're entering into like, the real pros. So it's like all these robotic arms. Yo, can I get one of these in my home studio? Can you imagine if I could just have it set up behind me and just get some weird shots? Damn, that looks very intense. Okay, so clearly this is meant for like Hollywood and like, yeah. There's levels to this, and that's one thing I've learned quite at an early age, okay? But one of the things I also learned is like to be like a National Geographic photographer, filmmaker, there's like all these like really crazy camera systems that people use, and then you'll see like they hook it up to the Jeep Safaris, and so like shooting with the cameras that I shoot with, they would laugh at like using that as your actual camera. I want to be able to get to that level, but it feels like, I don't know, it's like a chicken and egg thing. How do you end up entering into that world? Because it sounds like you need to be able to have access to camera gears and systems and rigs that probably cost like well over $100,000 plus. So I have no idea how you even get into that world. But the moment I can learn how to man one of these kind of systems, then it's like, okay, now I can actually work with like a Nat Geo or whatever to like do some African safaris. BD says, sorry, wrong time period, 2009, 2010. Gotcha. Charlie, you said, well, Red was very greedy. They sued everyone who tried to make any kind of compressed RAW. Oh, okay. They couldn't sue Blackmagic since they were first, technically, but they sued Canon, Sony, Nikon, and possibly Arri. Damn, okay. I joined the Discord. Sounds nice. Well, thank you very much, Pachi. BD, you said MRMC makes the most popular robotic arm in the industry, which is the Bolt. That's a good name. Notably in Humble music video by Kendrick Lamar. Okay. Damn, okay. Pachi, I was thinking about buying it. I have a Panasonic GH5 for private work, but mostly used Blackmagic 6K Pocket for client work. Well, not that I want to necessarily influence your decision. Well, no, I do want to influence your decision. Hopefully you make the right decision. But yeah, as far as like in terms of do I think this camera it could work for professional needs, for private work, things like that, for client stuff? Absolutely. And actually, I was looking at this camera and I did a comparison recently with the Blackmagic 6K Pocket camera. And I do believe that this camera is much better than the Blackmagic in terms of like some of the features that it has, from everything from like the autofocusing, the built-in stabilization, the 32-bit float audio, the large 4-inch display screen. Obviously, you're using the red codec, so now you're getting like much more professional, refined color science. Yeah, I really do think this camera will replace a lot of people's. I don't know what it'll replace, but I think it'll allow people to use this for professional stuff. So. And hopefully the footage that I created, the documentary, hopefully that'll be a testament to it. So hopefully you'll look at it and be like, okay, it's good. BD said, I love XOCN codec that's available in the Sony Cine Alta line of camera. It is the most efficient codec on the market. Interesting. XOCN codec. I like how there's a Reddit. Explain like I'm 5. The difference between the XOCN, XT, ST, and LT. Interesting. Yeah, you know what? I've never had the luxury of shooting with these kind of cameras. Pachi said, the thing is all my lenses are EF mount, which I can use on my GH5 with speed booster and on the Blackmagic. Now, one thing I believe they mentioned with the new Nikon ZR, and it's that flange EF mount. They said it's like you're able to essentially adapt a bunch of the other lenses, like Sony lenses and other stuff, with this ZR because it has like the thinnest flange distance or something to that effect. But I haven't tested it myself, so I couldn't say. Okay. So right now, I was just looking through some of the potential footages that I can use to show my favorite example from the documentary, the built-in the IBIS of 7.5 stops. So I was showing an example here that I'll put in my product review, where I show how I'm like literally walking backwards and capturing them fairly stably. Like obviously it's not perfect, but I was able to use it eventually in my final. Backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots. Yeah, so I'll probably use that one, but then we do have a couple other shots potentially to use. Okay. So yeah, I don't need to have the decision just yet, but we do have like 3 contending clips that could be used as like the B-roll there. So we'll see. BD, you said Ari has their Ari. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know how to roll my R's, but it sounds like a word that should have a rolled R. Ari has their Ari Core codec, which they have in their new high frame rate camera, Alexa 35 Extreme, and will implement in future cameras. Yo, man, BD, you're like a wealth of knowledge of like things here where it's like, my goodness, I don't even know what you're saying. You're speaking a different language to me, but it sounds so exciting. So a new high frame rate camera. You're just making me more and more aware, not necessarily self-conscious, but I'm more aware of how I'm like dipping my toes into the kiddie pool and there's like the entire ocean next to me. And so here I am, like, you know, enjoying my little splashing around in my little space that I've created. Meanwhile, like the big sharks, everything's out there. So, which is exciting because I do want to eventually be in the world where I am shooting with the Alexa 35 Extreme or whatever else is out there. Pachi, you said, you're asking, is the Nikon full frame? Yes, it is. It is a full frame. Where was it? It's a full frame camera. Full frame. It's got a 24.5 megapixel. I believe it's the exact same partially stacked sensor as what's used in the Nikon Z6 III. It shoots 6K 60 frames in that and in the raw red, the R3D codec, NE codec. And then you can shoot 4K 120, but at a slight crop, so it's like a DX crop, I believe. But it works really well. So, BD, you said so really excited about that. I'm gonna have to look into this. The footage is amazing, though. Yes, thank you. You know what? Or I guess thank Nikon. But yeah, footage is great, and I did notice a significant difference in the dynamic range. So some of these footages I'll end up using to show the dynamic range, where I'm shooting, you know, like in crazy situations with like, you know, against the sun, very dark areas. Here, like, you know, maybe I'm facing this way and then all of a sudden I have to shift over and stare directly at the sun, but you get nice colors here. Or with the bird in flight, white bird crossing through the sky, and you still get all this detail. So yeah, I'm going to end up using these things as we talk about the quality of the red codec and the high dynamic range. They say it's like 15 plus stops of dynamic range, but I don't actually know exactly what that means. I just know, I believe, is there something where like Netflix, to have a Netflix film or to have something on Netflix, you have to be shooting in something that is at least 15 stops of dynamic range? I thought I read or heard something about that, but anyways, yeah, so these are some of the footages that capture, in my opinion, or some of the best examples that I have from the shoot that shows the power of the camera's capabilities in like these very high dynamic range scenarios. Charlie, you said yes, that new Ari codec is, I believe, their option now that Red isn't suing people after the purchase. Gotcha. That'd be funny if Nikon starts suing everyone now on behalf of Red. Oh yeah, and it has 12 bits color. Yes, so this is a 12-bit raw red raw codec. And it's very efficient in my opinion. Like, so basically I normally was shooting with NRAW. So everything I've shot with prior to this and like doing like video work has been in NRAW, and I did a comparison and you can actually see the file sizes are exactly the same between NRAW and R3D codec. And the same principle applies where it is much more efficient than shooting in the Apple ProRes RAW, which is the other option you have within the camera. I believe it was like you can shoot about yeah, like you can shoot about 3 times as much, 2 to 3 times as much. And yes, it's like 2.2 I think it's like $2,200 US is the current price point. So super cheap for everything that is packing in there. So yeah, we got these shots that we need to play with. Yeah, I just really like the colors on this, you know? It's like I personally wouldn't have expected anything with any of my other cameras I shot with. If I'm shooting against the sun like this, I'd be like, okay, you know what? It's going to be blown out sky and pure black for the subject. But yeah, we end up with some nice colors here. So I like it. I like it. Now, if you're someone like Beatty, or I guess even Charlie, because I know you said you had the Komodo, maybe looking at this, you're laughing at me like, ha, this guy thinks this is good. Oh man, you know what do people say? Oh, you summer child, or whatever it is. Sweet summer child, yeah. But to me, I love it. Yeah, like these beautiful colors. You get nice gradients and shading here. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I was supposed to be finishing the scripting stuff. So assuming we'll figure this part out later. Oops. Let's continue. Let's proceed. So where were we? With footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots. Okay, so then let's move to the next script line. Pachi, you said it's a steal in my eyes. Anyways, I'm glad I found the stream. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you found the stream as well. And yes, I do believe there's a video, there's a product review from Potato Jet, the YouTuber, and I believe in his video he was taking the camera around to a bunch of his like colleagues, fellow cinematographers, whatever. And he was asking all of them, like, hey, so this is the ZR, these are the features on it. What do you think the price of this camera is? And every single one of them was like, oh, man, it does this, this, and this. I'm assuming it must be, like, competing against FX3. So, is it, like, going to be, like, $3,500, $4,000? And so, like, every single one of them assumed the price was, like, at least $1,000 more than what it actually will be. So, clearly, Nikon is doing something strategic, right? They're either... I guess there's like two things it could be doing. One, it could be showing that, hey, we're trying to poach, existing Sony shooters and Canon shooters, whomever else, to jump into the Nikon wagon or the whatever. And then two, maybe it's a way that they're trying to show that for the past few years, these cinema cameras have been priced way too high when it shouldn't have been. So it's like for too long, Sony and Canon or whoever else, they've been pricing these things at a ridiculous range. Now here we are, the Robin Hood, bringing these amazing things of high value to the masses. I'm putting words in obviously for fun, but yeah. Charlie said, no, I think the Nikon ZR is beautiful. Sure, it's not ARRI, but it's very similar to Red. Yeah, I mean, and again, I think that's why this camera is marketing. I say this in the video and I say it a lot on the stream. I think that's why Nikon reached out to me for this, because I think this camera is meant for someone like me, maybe more so than someone who is already a professional in the cinematography world. Yeah, I think it's meant for someone like me who has the journey of doing like dabbling amateur stuff, photography, going into video, and slowly wanting to be more and more professional. And so I've kind of been on that journey where, like, with the cameras that I'm using, I start to do more like professional stuff, but it's still considered like a consumer level model for like filmmaking. So to someone like me, I'm constantly seeing an upgrade in what I'm shooting with, and the ZR is no different. So as much as I love shooting with the Nikon Z9 and the Z6 III and the Z8, this is definitely a level up in terms of the quality of like cinema that I'm capturing with this. So it's constantly, I've been on this journey of like every new thing that I'm using feels more exciting. It's keeping me engaged and wanting to continue being in the filmmaking sphere and like learn and be a part of this process. So yeah. Pachi said, no, not a lot of people stream on Twitch about editing and stuff. I've been surprised. I'm meeting more people who do it. So it's like not zero. But yeah, like Twitch is not necessarily known for that, was my assumption going in. And we have been streaming now for about 2 months. We're on day 58. And in that journey, I did quickly find that there is a community out there of like fellow photographers and, videographers and such. So the more you stick around, Pachi, you'll meet some of the other chatters, and they are part of that community. So you will quickly, hopefully, meet a bunch of them and be a part of that community in full. Pachi said, I think the Sony series in general is bad. Never had good experience with it. Okay, well, I haven't had any opportunities to film with the Sony cameras. With this colors and the skin tone, etc., that's just my opinion. Listen, all opinion acceptable here, okay? So no judgment. You can shit on Nikon as well, and I won't mind. We got BC in the chat. He always likes to show me how Nikon is like Fisher Price, okay? And we just laugh. We laugh. Especially when he... Anyways, okay. But yeah, I never got to shoot with the Sony. But you know what? There's like a really amazing video I saw on YouTube of someone who shot with the Sony FX6, I think it was. And it's about Africa. So he's like a small film crew, and they filmed throughout Africa. And I was like, my God, it was so amazing. Like the way they shot everything, the cinema quality, everything about it. I was like, that was like aspirational. Like this is what I want to get at, like in terms of level. It's like having a film crew and being able to do stuff like what this guy did. I don't remember his name. I can look it up later, but yeah. You prefer even your GH5 over an FX30? Interesting. Sony FX30, that's the one that's the cheaper one, yeah? Yeah, so like some people were thinking like, oh, is the FX30 what the ZR is trying to compete against? But in my opinion, I do feel like they're trying to compete against the FX3, but at the price of an FX30 almost. What is it? The Sony FX6? Africa. Yeah, the Africa. Sony FX6 Cinematic. This video, this guy Elliot Grafton, oh my God, the video is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Pachi said Panasonic GH5 has even good colors and is cheap. Okay, I did not know. Charlie says I wouldn't say Sony is bad, but they certainly aren't good. It's overpriced and overhyped, or like the FX3 is what Pachi said. Yeah, I couldn't say. Now the thing that everyone loves to make fun of Nikon for is saying like Sony and Canon have much better autofocus, or I believe they say Sony. I don't know if Sony's considered the best for autofocus. So yeah, again, I've never been able to play with it to say it for sure. I like the Nikon autofocus. They definitely made some strides once they entered into like mirrorless more with, both feet in type thing. And now again, I feel like they're really showing what they can do with all of the buzz they're making in the video world. So yeah. There's no better time than now to buy some Nikon stock. I don't mean like actual stock, but like in terms of being in the bandwagon now for Nikon, okay? Because everyone always shits on Nikon in what I see on social media, and I think it's unduly so. I love shooting with my Nikon stuff, and I do like the community here of Nikon shooters. Okay, anyways, where were we? Finally, let's talk about the feature you can't miss, literally. Oh, see, there it is. This is the moment I mentioned where I said literally with the emphasis on the T, like I was. Wait, is that what British people do? Because isn't it British? Do British people say literally? Literally? Okay, I don't know. Anyways, I said literally earlier, and then here I said literally, like an American. So I did cut out the other literally. Finally, let's talk about the feature you can't miss, literally. The beautiful 4-inch articulating screen. I'll just keep it, whatever. I like saying literally more than literally. Finally, let's talk about the feature you can't miss, literally. The beautiful 4-inch articulating screen. Okay, so then here, let's keep going through. Most competing cinema cameras have a 3-inch display, which forces filmmakers to attach an inch articulating screen. Most competing... Pachi said, the only reason is the full frame with Sony and the autofocus, but in real cinematography, you always shoot manual. Yeah, because I understand, like, even with the red cameras, it's always, or the red cameras have manual focus, right? But I don't know, like for the types of things that I do, I just like autofocus, right? Especially if you can trust it. But I get what you're saying. Oh yeah, that was one thing. I couldn't figure out how to get the focus peaking to show up on my display when I was shooting with the ZR in RAW, in like the red codec. But I think either I was not setting up myself, or that could just be a firmware thing. Or you have a focus puller. I have to leave now. Have fun stopping by anytime I can. Well, thank you very much, Pachi. Thanks for joining. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one, whatever that is. Charlie, you said us British pronounce the T's if you're posh, and we don't if you're not. Okay. Us British. So do people say British or British? Most competing cinema camera screen. Look at me looking to the right. I'm looking to the right because that's where the script was. Screen. God, this was so much work for me. I cannot tell you how painful this was. Trying to memorize my entire script. I need to figure out how to get my teleprompter to work on the 20mm. Articulating screen. Most competing cinema cameras have a 3-inch display, which forces filmmakers to attach a 5-inch external monitor. I don't know how true that is, but we're going to go with that line. My assumption is like the average external monitor that people use is like a 5-inch display. But I could be very, very mistaken there. Point is, let's say you've got a 3-inch display on like the Sony FX3 or something like that. And then let's say some people will, you know, try to get a 5-inch display with an external monitor. Well, here you are with the Nikon ZR right in the middle, which is the sweet spot of 4-inch. Forces filmmakers to attach a 5-inch external monitor. The ZR sits right in the middle, and for my needs, that's a sweet spot. The display is big, bright, and DCI P3 color. Even when I was shooting midday, IP3 color. Even when I was shooting midday, DCI P3 color. Even when I was shooting midday with the sun burning my face, I could still judge exposure and focus without guessing. While the large display definitely makes filming accurately easier, the real value, in my opinion, exposure and focus without guessing. While the large display definitely makes filming accurately easier, the real value, in my opinion, comes from the indirect benefits. I don't need to stack this external monitor with a heavy battery and cables and memory cards, which essentially doubles the weight of my rig. I can now focus on taking steady shots, and the net result is I save weight, I shoot more stably, I can also film and focus on framing more confidently. And the net result is I save weight, I get more stable shots, I simplify my workflow, and I frame and focus more confidently. Okay, so maybe that second take, assuming I have some B-roll that I can put on top, which I should be able to. I do have some decent footage, like those like just random shots of me holding the camera. So I think, because when I was trying to say the memorized line, I think I flubbed it, so, okay. Charlie, you said same thing, British, if you speak RP, received pronunciation? What? I didn't know that was a thing. Same thing, British, if you speak RP, and British for most other accents. Okay. What's a common one that you hear? Or, because there's like the drill rap, right? And then there's like some part of London that's considered like more gangster. Is that right? Am I just making things up? Which one is the one that you always see in God, what's the director's name that I really like? The one that did Snatch, and was it Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and The Gentleman? Guy Ritchie. Yeah, whatever the British representation I always see is Yeah, everything I know about London and like British people or whatever, it comes from watching Guy Ritchie films. While the large display definitely makes filming accurately easier, the real value, in my opinion, comes from the indirect benefits. I don't need to stack this external monitor with a heavy battery and cables and memory cards, which which essentially doubles the weight of my cables and memory cards, which essentially doubles the which, battery and cables and memory cards, which essentially which you know, if you were to tell me there's some kind of AI software that could go through all of my voiceover talking head stuff and then cut out all the ums and like stutters and stuff like that, ooh, that'd be great. Cables and memory cards, which essentially doubles the weight of my rig, I can now focus on taking steady shots. And then Cockney, oh, Cockney accent, I've heard that term. So RP is the posh British accent, then Cockney is well known for the slang, but it's a bit older. Okay. Net result is I save weight, I shoot more stably, okay, so this part will cut out. Shots, and the net shots, focus on taking steady shots, and the net here we go. On taking steady shots, and the net result is I save weight, I get more stable shots. What? Did I say it twice? Which essentially doubles the weight of my rig. I can now focus on taking steady shots, and the net result is I save weight, I get more stable shot. Okay, so I need to cut out one of those. Wait, did I not catch that earlier? Let me see. Or when I was making my... Yeah, I say shots to, let's see. Which essentially doubles the weight of my rig. I can now focus on taking steady shots, and the net result is I save weight, I get more stable shots, I simplify my workflow. Okay, so we'll just cut out the second part there. Which essentially doubles the weight of my rig, and the net result is I save weight, I get more stable shots, I simplify my workflow, and I frame and focus more confidently. Okay, that's good. All right, we're almost done. Now we're going to the additional features section, and we're at 8 minutes and 42 seconds. Okay, that's good. Oh, thank you very much, Cat. KG, is that right? Wait, Cat Black Art has resubscribed. Well, thank you very much. That's kind of cool. Great to see you leaving a lurkies. Well, thank you very much. I didn't know. I thought it was like a, it like does an auto sub, so I didn't know if you were there. Okay, you're there. Well, thank you very much, Cat. You know what, Cat? Sorry, I was like confusing you for a second because like, oh, I know there's someone else. There's a few other Katies or cats that we had met on the stream, but I believe, Cap, you were one of the first. Oh, and I mean, judging by the fact that you've resubscribed, but I believe you're one of the first ones to tune into my stream. So I very much appreciate you being here. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for that double notification, which I still haven't figured out how to turn off. Yes, I appreciate it. And let me just make sure. Do you? Oh, sorry, you're lurking. So. Oh, you're live right now too, huh? Okay. Yeah, I do want to make sure to support everyone else who supports me as well. So I'll keep that in mind. But thank you. Appreciate it. You are still here. You are still here. Nice. Okay. I'm checking. Wait. Oh, no. Sorry. You're offline right now. I still don't know how to understand Twitch's UI. But we will try to watch your stream one of these days. We stream at weird hours though. That's the one thing. I don't know if it works to your my advantage or not. But the fact that I'm in Dubai at the weird time zone that I'm in, it's like when I'm awake, all my US friends are passed out, right? And then when they're awake, I'm passed out. It's just one of those things. You're just like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. I just won't be friends with you guys then. And I frame. But thank you very much. Kat, you said, yes, you got me scared for a second. Oh yeah, my bad. I did not mean to. What time is it for you right now? Right now it is almost 10 p.m. So yeah, we started streaming I think at like 5 p.m. something in that ballpark. Keck W. What does Keck W mean? I've seen that. I've seen that a bit. What do you mean by that, huh? Let's ask our ChatGPT real quick. Amber, do you know what Keck W means?
Yes, absolutely. So KEKW is basically a popular emote in the online streaming world, especially on Twitch. It's used to represent laughter. The emote originally comes from a clip of a Spanish comedian named Juan Hoya Borja, who was known as El Resitas. So when people type KEKW in the chat, they're basically just having a good laugh.
Now, are they laughing with me or at me? Frame and
The age-old question. Honestly, it can be a bit of both, depending on the vibe of the chat. Usually when people use KEKW, it's all in good fun. They're just sharing a laugh at whatever's going on, and it's usually more of a lighthearted, laughing with you kind of thing. So it's all just part of the fun streaming culture.
Thank God. You're laughing with me, cats. Good to know. Both? Oh, wait, no. You said it's 7 p.m. in the UK. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it's only 2 hours apart. Oh, wait, cats, you're from the UK. Are you RP or are you Cockney? We're learning some phrases here. Wait, I forgot what did Charlie, what did you say? Received, do you speak received pronunciation or do you speak in a Cockney accent? Oh wait, you're French. Oh, my bad. What's RP? We're learning from Charlie in the chat on the YouTube side, and he was letting me know the differences in the British accents. Oh, I missed something. You said Essex is the Bole Owa'a accent. Bole Owa'a? Oh, like something of water. Ba'o. Oh yeah. Okay. That's the Ba'o Wa'a. Yo, who speaks like that? That's so ridiculous. That's hilarious. It's funny because you can make fun of Americans like myself for everything, right? We have so many things to make fun of. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. But ba'o, come on. It's like when Australian accents. I had a bunch of Australian colleagues and friends, but nur. It's like, you mean oh no? Yeah, nur. Kat, you said I speak with a French accent, but I live in the UK. Gotcha. Okay. Charlie, there's so many accents they might not speak either. Gotcha. You get used to it. Yeah. You know, we make fun because we're jealous. That's what it is, right? Because if I wish I had a British accent. Let's quickly go. Okay, anyways, let's keep reading. The South African accent is terrible. What? Hey, what's up, Ikidis? Yo, I was literally just... Okay, I wish you didn't message that because you would have heard me say this and you wouldn't think I was biased or whatever. I was literally just thinking... I was like, I kind of wish I had a South African accent. And the reason I paused was I couldn't remember what's the best example of it. But I believe there's a movie called District 19? District 11? Shoot, I like this movie. How did I forget? District 9? District 9, yeah. And when he says there's like a line where the shrimp... No, there's a word. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the way he curses and this is prawns. I was like, oh, man, I wish I had a South African accent. You don't like it? Well, damn. Damn, Ikidis. Yes. Oh, people are meeting each other. How cool is that? Thank you for being here, Ikidis. We are on day 58 of my live streaming journey, and I'm putting together the skeleton of my product review for the Nikon ZR. So it's been kind of like a... I mean, not necessarily like a slog fest. Like, I don't mind doing these kind of things, but it is kind of awkward to hear your voice, you know, spit back at you, especially when you have so many takes of you because you couldn't remember the script properly. So we're just kind of going through this right now. And once I have the skeleton, I think I'll be in a good spot to see if I need to hire a video editor. Fast. Where were we? Even when I was shooting midday with indirect benefits, I don't... Leaving a lurks. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Kat. I know you were lurking earlier. So I appreciate the proper lurk. Okay. Appreciate it. Charlie, you said there is 40 different British accents, but there are loads more sub accents. So there's well over 200 accents in the UK. Damn. Okay. Don't need to stack this external. Oh, you know what the worst one is the I watched a movie called The Guard. Really good movie. The Guard. Yeah, it's got Don Cheadle and whoever this guy is. I like him. Brendan Gleeson. And I don't know how you could watch this movie without subtitles. Because, man, is it a Scottish? Oh, no, it's Irish? Okay. Whatever that accent was, which clearly I can't tell the difference. When you're hearing some of these people talk, I was like, yo, this is insane. What are you doing? The Guard. Great movie, by the way. Let me exit. Yeah, can I play? I don't want to get copyright struck. Okay, anyways, let's get back to this. With a heavy battery and cables and memory cards, which essentially doubles the weight of my rig. It does. And the net result is I save weight, I get more stable shots, I simplify my workflow, and I frame and focus more confidently. Amazing. Let's quickly go over some of the... Yeah? What were we about to say? Couldn't even say it properly. Let's quickly go over some of the additional features I liked about the ZR, starting with the option to shoot in shutter angle instead of shutter speed. Without getting into too much of the technical detail, which... Why won't you? Why won't you go into the technical? They're here for the technicals. Okay, let me just bring this a little bit closer. More confidently. Let's quickly go over some of the additional features I liked about the ZR, starting with the option to shoot in shutter angle instead of shutter speed. Without getting into too much of the technical detail, which I barely understand myself, shooting in 180-degree shutter angle means the camera automatically sets the right shutter speed for whatever frame rate I'm in, so motion blur looks consistently right. Okay, all of that will be B-roll here anyways, so I was like, you know what, I'm just going to do the take, not try to memorize that section. So let's move on to the next one. Right. I change frame rates quite often on my travel shoots, so not having to redial my shutter speed constantly every time I change my frame rate not only saves me time, it helps me avoid mistakes. The power zoom rocker helps me avoid mistakes. Okay. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test using a power zoom lens, and that means the power. What does it mean? Tell us. Okay, every time I make a mistake, I'm actually happy because that means the clip is shorter than I thought it was. The power zoom rocker. Oh, my cat is here. Worked really well in my limited test. The power zoom rocker. I kiddus. Oh wait, hold on. Charlie, you said bear in mind. Sorry, my brain just like glitched. Because then I was like about to make fun of you. Because you said bear, like B-A-R-E. And I was like, that's not the right bear. But I'm like, wait, I'm the idiot. Wait, is it? Wait, hold on. Is it bear in mind, like B-A-R-E? Or is it like an animal, bear? B-E-A-R? Bear in mind. You're probably right. Well, why in my mind did I go towards saying a bear in my mind? Bear in mind there's 4 languages in the UK to English. Simreg, Jesus, what is that? Simrag, Welsh, Gaelic, okay, I've heard that one, and Ulster, okay. Bear. Wait, is it bear? Wait, am I right? Bear in mind or bear in mind? Oh, it is a bear. Yeah, Charlie, you idiot. I'm kidding, obviously. Okay. I thought I was going crazy for a second. But then I was like, wait, that can't be true. Why would it be bear, like B-E-A-R? Like, actually, I feel like, Charlie, B-A-R-E, what you wrote, I feel like that should be more logical, no? Although, I don't even know what does B-A-R-E mean anymore. What are words? Meaning a bear. Oh yeah, right to bear arms, stuff like that. Bear means like, yeah, nothing. Okay. Anyways. My mind is not there. Thank you everyone in the chat for correcting me or giving me the right answer. Think of bearing. Oh, okay. That helps me. Okay, seeing the word bearing. Well, thank you, Silvergrains. Silvergrains, I don't know if I've seen your name before in the chat, so if you're new, thank you very much for being here. Charlie, yes, it is actually bear. So I had the right answer, but not knowing why. So Okay, so I get this. You asked me how many bloopers did you end up with? So this is so embarrassing. I say embarrassing. I mean, it would be embarrassing if I actually played it out loud for you guys. But I'll at least visually show you, right? So I was planning to use a teleprompter for this. Unfortunately, the 20mm lens that I was using, it doesn't have the proper adapter ring to insert the teleprompter. And then my 24 to 70mm lens that I have, which could have worked, my neighbor was borrowing it. So ultimately, I only had less than a day to film everything with the ZR. So I said, F it, we're doing it live. And in the sense of, I'm just going to record everything and try to memorize it. And I am so shit at memorizing things. I will never be an actor, okay? Or at least I have to work 10 times as hard just to get to a level that someone could just memorize right away. So how many takes did I do? Let's see here. Let's see. And basically, when you're looking at this timeline, all the colorful ones are the ones that I ultimately said were the good takes, right? So like potential takes that I need to look through. Everything that's in the normal default light blue are all of my shitty ass takes where I messed up. And what do we see here? I literally recorded, oh my god, I recorded almost 2 hours. Christ. That can't be real, can it? Yeah, I guess it is. So almost 2 hours of me having bloopers, basically. So I was saying, like, if someone ever donates like $100, maybe then I will release the files, okay? But until then, it's gonna be in lock and key, and I might have to go ahead and delete it all before the public gets access to it. Really embarrassing stuff, I will say. Thinking of bearing. Silver, you said, I'm new here, but I'm on your Twitch team. Oh, nice. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Charlie, interesting. I did not know that. Well, I didn't know it either. I just like, I must have visually seen bear, like B-E-A-R, but I never actually thought why that's correct. I still don't really know. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test. Jesus, how many I thought I cut this already. Did I make another mistake? I change frame rates quite often. It saves me time. It helps me avoid mistakes. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test. Jeez. Would you believe me if I said in my former job, I would have to speak for over an hour? Especially in the beginning, I was going off of like an entirely rehearsed script. So I had to memorize almost like 1 hour's worth of like a script, because I was like essentially running like tours. I was like doing tours for clients that came through. And so, yeah. But in order for me to do that, it required me to like literally spend countless hours at night, at work, reciting the lines over and over and over again until it was like muscle memory. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test using a power zoom lens, and that meant I didn't have to manually twist the lens's zoom ring. And even with my primes, I used the rocker as a quick punch-in to double-check focus and details. The camera powers on super fast, which... Okay, that's decent. Details. Let's just cut out some of the dead air. Silver, you're asking, are you editing a review video? Yes, I am. Yes. So, if you would like to see what video I'm reviewing, well, actually, I guess what product, but it is the new Nikon ZR. You should see a pinned message on all the chats, which is to a 5-minute short documentary film that I made using the new Nikon ZR. It's a soon-to-be launched camera, and I was very fortunate to be able to shoot with it for a few days, and I made this documentary film, everything shot with the ZR, and now I'm trying to put together a product review in the next few days. So I might hire a video editor to help me with this. So I'm trying to put the skeleton together to simplify the process for them, and then yeah, we'll see. One of the things I've one of the things I've recognized, and I'm trying to execute on it now, is that I need a video editor. I can't do everything on my own, because then I will never be able to scale as a successful YouTuber, content creator, etc., etc. So I'm trying to put my money where my mouth is, or I guess put my money in the pocket of the YouTube editor. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test using a power zoom lens. I didn't have to manually twist the lens's zoom ring. Are you? Oh yeah, Ikidis, you're asking, is it pronounced Nikon or Nikon? You know what? I stuck with Nikon for all of this, but I was joking earlier because I said literally and literally, and so I ended up cutting out the literally from my dialogue here. But I was like, you know what? Would people? What if I did say Nikon and Nikon throughout the video without with a straight face? But when I'm in a good mood, when I'm appreciative of Nikon, I will say Nikon, but it's just hard for me to say that. So. To test, you double check focus and details. The camera powers on super fast, which matters when a moment appears and vanishes in a flash, as is prone to happen in my world. And at 630 grams, this camera is even lighter than my Nikon Z6 III. The power zoom rocker worked really well. Oh, damn it, there's another take. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this takes. Okay, so I think this is acceptable because this will all have B-roll on top of it, so, you know, I was just reading the script. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test using a power zoom lens, and that meant I didn't have to manually twist the lens's zoom ring. And even with my primes, I used the rocker as a quick punch-in to double-check focus and details. The camera powers on super fast, which matters when a moment appears and vanishes in a flash, as is prone to happen in my world. And at 630 grams, this camera is even lighter than my Nikon Z6 III. Okay, I like this one better because I think I enunciated some words better than I did in the previous example. Ikidis is laughing. She laughing. Silver, you said, oh wow, what a treat to get to go spend time with chimps like that. Yes, I'm I have a very blessed life for sure. Not a lucky life in this. Look, I'm very blessed to have the life that I have, and I'm proud of everything that's ever happened to me that's positive. Because we had to earn it, right? And so even in this one, I do feel fortunate that I had the opportunity, but look, we work hard to get those moments. And this is one of those where it finally paid off, where, yeah, Nikon reached out and thought I was deemed worthy to test out this new camera. And I mentioned it before, but I believe the reason they reached out to me, one, I have a working relationship with them. And there's not many people who started out in photography going into videography that I've been doing. And so I think that was one of the reasons, because this is obviously a video camera, right? Like a film cinema camera. But then, yeah, also because of where I am in my trajectory, or like my journey as a content creator, because I'm not a professional cinematographer. We have a few people in the chat earlier. I don't know if BD is still here, but we have some people who are legit like professionals in this world. And I'm very far away from that. So I think this camera is designed for people like me who are aspiring filmmakers, amateurs, small crews, you know, like documentary style, things like that. And so yeah, basically they reached out, and then thankfully I was able to turn it into some useful content for them. That's super cool. Silver, you said, I am super lost in video. I still shoot mostly film. Whoa, okay, you do like, when you say film, you mean like film photography? But yeah, it's very cool. I also felt very lost in video not that long ago. Let's call it like 3 years ago. And now I love it, right? I still have a lot to learn, but it's crazy to see, like, you can look at one of these things and be like, you know, like whether it's a new hobby or some skill set you could develop, and you look at someone who does it and you're like, I could never do that. And then it turns out you can do it. It's just you have to commit to it and all the other stuff, right? Especially in this day and age where you have YouTube, you have Google, you have AI, you have like all this knowledge at your fingertips of people who can share and teach you step by step how to get into any art or any craft, right? So just because you're saying you don't know how to do video now doesn't mean you shouldn't try if you have an interest in it. Ikidis, you said for the F around and find out crew, I identify as such. Nice. The FAFO. I develop and print at home and stream my process. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wait. Did I ask this already? Silver Gains. Are you a streamer then? We'll make sure to... Let's look it up. Oh, wait. I'm saying your name wrong. Silver Grains. Oh, Grains. Is that like a film reference or something? Okay. Well, we are following you now, so if we catch your stream, we'll watch it. Yes, your bot shouted it out. Oh, I didn't hear that. No, I mean, like I said, silver gains, but okay. But yes, I really do like doing video stuff. So it's been about 2 years that I've been doing it, and honestly, I would never. I think it was one of the best decisions I made, is to go ahead and why not try out video. And I did decide to do video at a time when a lot of other photographers were resistant to it. I think there was right at the point where you would see people posting on Instagram or Threads or whatever being like, I miss the old Instagram. Like, why, what's happening to, this platform that used to really celebrate photographers. And now it's like we're an afterthought and we're going into this world of like short form videos, and it's mindless and all that kind of stuff. I'm putting in extra words there, but there was like a trend where there's a lot of photographers resistant to what was happening. And it's kind of like I view it in the same lens as I view people and with AI, where it's like, look, AI is not going anywhere and you could be resistant to it, and probably for good reason too. However, I'm just one of those where I'm like, I would rather try to embrace the change as much as I can, learn from it, ride the wave, if you will, and learn how to survive the crash or the wave and like move on to the next part of the journey. So I decided to pick up videography. And thankfully, it turned out that, like, at least in my small world, there weren't many other photographers who shifted over to videography. And so then when there's like opportunity knocking, there's a smaller pool of creators like myself that a brand might reach out to. So yeah, kind of worked out for me. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test using a power zoom lens, and that meant I didn't have to manually twist the lens's zoom ring. And even with my primes, look at my hands going crazy. Both hands are on cocaine right now. The left more than the right. The camera powers on super fast, which matters when a moment appears and vanishes in a flash. Okay, let's cut out that dead space or the dead air. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Silver grains. I'm in that trend. I'm not resistant to video, but there are fewer spaces that live solely on still imagery. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, silver grains, I think you're on the, like, you're doing things, you're like legit doing, the proper things, right? You're doing like film camera. So I think like when let's say someone who actually shoots in like film photography, when someone in that world is talking about like being resistant to change or like nostalgic or focusing on vintage styles or like historical styles, whatever, it makes more sense because like you're actually looking at a craft that's really like not saying it's a dying trend, but obviously there's like modern technologies now, so someone who's in that field, it's like meant to be focusing on like some of the intricacies of it. And yeah, whereas like if you're like a modern photographer, you have all the modern gear and stuff, but then you're making a claim of like, oh, I hate how we're going towards video. It's like, well, I mean, you're shooting with some modern camera that basically shoots video really well. Why wouldn't you? Double check focus and details. The camera powers on super fast, which matters when a moment appears and vanishes in a flash, as is prone to happen in my world. And at 630 grams, this camera is even lighter than my Nikon ZX III. And at 630 grams... Oh, okay, so we got two versions here. Which one's better? And at 630 grams, this camera is even lighter than my ZX III. And at 630 grams, this camera is even lighter than my Nikon ZX III. Oh, here I didn't like it because I said Nikon ZX III. Is even lighter than my Nikon ZX III. Well, who cares? Who cares? Okay, we'll keep that. Camera is even lighter than my Nikon ZX III. Okay, cool. Silver, you said part of my move back to film was missing the tangible parts of photography, and you're right about the craft part. I'm putting a lot into some literally handmade photography. Yeah, that's really cool. I would love to get into film. I view like learning film photography almost like a luxury. I view it in the same way of like Peter McKinnon. You know what I mean? If we can get to, we're never gonna get there. Okay, let's just be real. But if we were to get to the same level of a Peter McKinnon, where like you get to a point where you do have like your FU money, you are clearly successful in that line, and so now you can really explore whatever craft you want to do. I feel like then I would love to be able to you know, spend time learning film photography, because obviously there's like an interesting history behind it. There's like real techniques that are required, and it's almost like therapeutic, I would imagine, or like, yeah, it's like a old school style thing. It's like the closest thing to like when you think of like Japanese culture, of like these people who do like ancient crafts, and they do it for their whole life, and then like they you know, specialize in it, they master it, and that kind of stuff. And I almost feel like film photography kind of can fit into that bucket, because obviously now we've moved on to like all this modern stuff. But yeah, like to get into film photography, I feel like that's a luxury to me, because like yeah, there's a lot of money, I imagine, and time I would have to spend just to understand yeah, film. Z6 III. The power zoom rocker worked really... Oh shoot, is this another version? Oh my god. Oh yeah, because it's all the same color. Christ. So I have to look through all of this to see which one we'll keep. Oh wait, maybe it's because one of these versions I did it memorized. Let's see. The power zoom rocker... The camera powers on super fast, which matters. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test using a power zoom lens, and that meant I didn't have to manually... Oh wait, it's because I'm an idiot. Haha. I think I already looked at this and I said, okay, we don't want this version. But then we have a bunch of versions. Let's see. The camera powers on super fast. Now let's go over some of the features I didn't like. First, Jesus, I'm losing my mind. Right, not only saves me time, it helps me avoid mistakes. The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test using Okay, a let me power zoom just listen lens, to this real quick. and that meant I didn't have to manually twist the lens's zoom ring. And even with my primes, I used the rocker as a quick punch-in to double-check focus and details. The camera powers on super fast, which matters when a moment appears and vanishes in a flash, as is prone to happen in my world. And at 630 grams, this camera is even lighter than my Nikon Z6 III. Okay. Now let's go over some of the features I didn't like. Okay, I think we're good. Silver, you said, I'm no Peter McKinnon, but I definitely came into this feeling secure in my style and composition. And that helps a lot. So there's less variables to focus on improving. Nice. Yeah, none of us can be a Peter McKinnon, but we should be ourselves, right? Someday people will be like, oh man, you know that we got to do that silver grain style, you know? I don't know what a Yobel prize would be. You know, one of these days, I did want to like create some kind of photo contest where I can hand out the Yobel prize. So if we can get big enough where it's like, you know, there's the annual Yobel prize photo contest or whatever, and obviously everyone would want the coveted, the most prestigious YP on a tripod or a cage. The power zoom rocker worked really well, and it's still a concern. Also, the card and battery... Wait, what? The power zoom rocker worked really well in my limited test. Jesus. Okay, my ability to multifunction or multitask is deteriorating. Where was it? Okay. What are we at? Okay, so we're right at 10 minutes here. Also, the card and... Dun, dun, dun. Oh, shoot. Now let's go over some of the features I didn't like. Let's talk about the power button. I like the power on speed, but I'm a little paranoid it could... Okay. Also, the card and battery door on the bottom. Now let's go over some of the features I didn't like. Now let's go over some of the features I didn't like. First, the single CF Express type. Oh, okay, nice. Now let's if we did it properly, hopefully, I think this version is when I memorized it. So let's see, did I do a good job or not? Let's talk about the power button. A minor issue I had is on the power button. Okay, so let's start with the orange ones. I think that's next. Is even lighter than my Nikon Z6 III. Now let's go over some... Oh. Now... Now let's go over some of the features I didn't like. First, the single CF Express Type B slot alongside the micro SD slot, which means there's no true redundancy when I'm shooting in RAW. To be fair, I've never had corruption issues with any of my Nikon cameras, but it's still something that I might be concerned about when I'm shooting in RAW. In RAW. To be fair, I've never had corruption issues with any of my Nikon cameras, but it's still some cameras. But it's still something that I might be concerned about.
Cool, cool. Good to know. Tell us more. Oh, thank you very much, Silver Grains. I appreciate the follow. Hells yeah. Oh yeah, also Silver Grains. If you'd like to join the Discord, I've just popped that into the chat. I would love to collect. Wait, did I already send this to you? My bad if I did. My memory right now is like, what's happening? But anyways, yeah, feel free to join the Discord. We are looking to always have people on there who are, you know, artistic creators, inspirers, viewers, whatever. But yeah. Oh, here's Nala. Thank you again. Nala, good girl. Where have you been? Were you here this whole time? Yeah, it's my finger. We get to annoy our cats as much as we would like to. When you get free room and board, you know. Good girl. Okay, anyways. What did I just hit? Oh, yeah, here.
To be fair, I've never had any corruption issues with any of my Nikon cameras so far, but it's still a concern. My Nikon cameras, but it's still something that I might be. To be fair,
Okay, I think I prefer the second option more.
To be fair, I've never had any corruption issues with any of my Nikon cameras so far, but it's still a concern.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, okay. Good to know. All right, let's cut this part. Sorry, when it gets a little bit late at night, I get a little bit loopy. Back in the college days when I had to pull all-nighters, yeah, I would act out, okay?
In RAW. To be fair, I've never had any corruption issues with any of my Nikon cameras so far, but it's still a concern.
Okay, good to know. Wait, no, we don't want this. Wait, do we?
Now let's go over some of the features I didn't like than my Nikon Z6 III. Now let's go over some of the features I didn't.
Okay.
A minor issue I had is on the power button placement. I do enjoy how quickly the camera turns on, but I'm paranoid that it might bump into something in my bag and accidentally turn on, draining the battery. And also because it doesn't have that same physical haptic feedback as a physical switch does, there might be chances that while I'm switching lenses, I might have thought that I turned the camera off, but it's actually on and I'm exposing the sensor to the sun. It hasn't necessarily happened yet, but it's a concern I have. Another issue for me is the fewer physical buttons, which, by the way, I think...
Okay, I mean, I think I was a little bit wordy on this one, but we shall keep it. Wait, no, wait, is this better?
Let's talk about the power button. I like the power on speed, but I'm a little paranoid it could get bumped on in a camera bag.
Jesus, can't speak right. And I'm looking at the script too, and I didn't know how to speak. Speak at the English. Okay, we'll move on.
A minor issue I had is on the power button placement. I do enjoy how quickly the camera turns on, but I'm paranoid that it might bump into something in my bag and accidentally turn on, draining the battery.
Okay, I think I can probably cut it here. I think the rest of what I say might be unnecessary. Let me see.
And also because it doesn't have that same physical haptic feedback as a physical switch does.
Yeah, I don't think I worded it well enough to use the rest of this. Basically, I was trying to convey the fact that I prefer like a physical switch.
Something just happened. Yo, thank you very much, Zombie, for the follow. From the kick side. Ooh, we'll wait to see if you want to pitch something. Zombie, thank you very much for the follow. Silver, you said I miss physical buttons. I'm fortunate that I still have environmental controls in my car. Nice. They went touchscreen in the next model. Yeah, but the thing is, like, because back in high school days, I had a girlfriend who, her grandpa gifted her one of those like old school, I don't know. Let's see if I just look up like a vintage car red. Yeah. Oh wait, literally, it was like this. Is this like a popular thing? Wait, no shot. Did I just like somehow? Well, at the very least, it looks literally similar to this one. But anyways, yeah, she got one of those cars, and it looks super cool and all that. But I just like some of the modern tech. I will, and here we see the difference between you, Silver, and me, because like, oh yeah, I do like the modern tech of the modern cameras. The biggest thing was like, I just want AC that works, and I want the windows to be able to roll down without me having to do the little rolling thing, you know? But it looks beautiful. That's the thing. Yeah, so this one, there's a lot of missing buttons, right? We don't have a lot of physical buttons on the camera. And what I was saying is with the power button, I do prefer when there's a physical switch that you have to, you know, switch. Because then you know for a fact that the camera's turned on or off. Whereas here with the button, when you just press the top button to power it on or off, the problem is like there's no way for you to really know what you just did, right? Without looking at the screen at the same time. So there'd be times where maybe I thought I pressed down to turn off the camera, but it's actually still on. And then if you like end up swapping lenses, you're exposing the sensor to the sun and all that you know, unfortunate stuff. So yeah, I think I just want a physical switch so I know exactly like, oh, yep, it's turned on or off. Troy said, maybe I'll catch you later if you're going to midnight again. Will I go to midnight? Possibly. But yes, Troy, if I'm here, obviously, welcome. But I think we're going to try to go till like at least another 30 minutes. I wanted to go through all of the voiceover stuff that I have. So we're almost there. So we'll see how long that lasts. But if I don't see you, I appreciate you being on the stream, and I'll see you hopefully on the next day. Ooh, yikes, you lost it all. Troy, you're in the lead too, or you're pretty up there. It's okay. You'll earn it all back, okay? I believe in you. But yeah, cheers, man. A minor issue I had is on the power button placement. I do enjoy how quickly the camera turns on, but I'm paranoid that it might bump into something in my bag and accidentally turn on, draining the battery. Yeah, so I think we'll leave it here because I just didn't word myself properly. And also because it doesn't have that same physical haptic feedback as a physical switch does, there might be chances that while I'm switching lenses, I might have thought that I turned the camera off. Jesus, okay. It hasn't necessarily happened yet, but it's a concern I have. Accidentally turn on, draining the battery. And also because it hasn't necessarily happened yet, but it's a concern I have. And then here, I don't know why I just dipped down in my voice and everything, so F it. A minor issue I had is on the power button placement. I do enjoy how quickly the camera turns on, but I'm paranoid that it might bump into something in my bag and accidentally turn on, draining the battery. Okay, so that's a very, very quick section, but it's fine. It's a minor thing. Another issue for me is the fewer the battery. Another issue on draining the battery. Draining the battery. Another issue for me is the fewer physical buttons, which by the way, I think is not a long-term problem. It just takes some getting used to, especially without a dedicated back button focus button. And for this shoot, I basically half pressed the shutter to focus, and a few times I accidentally stopped recording because I pressed too hard. And that is frustrating. Now, again, I believe there is a way to fix that by just separating out the AF on button from the recording button. I just couldn't figure out how to get that set up in my limited time with the camera. So hopefully that's user error, or worst case, that's a firmware fix. Lastly, the micro H. Bum, 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 ba-da-bum. Worst case, that King Croc. Oh, my cat is wanting my attention. Sorry, one second. Let's see what she wants. King Croc, do you use any reds for capturing motion? No, this is the very first time I shot with any kind of red technology. So very, very new to this world, and definitely loved it. We do have some people in the chat that are red users though, but I'm not the best one to ask for it. This is my very first time dabbling in this space. That's a firmware fix. Lastly, the micro HDMI port. I know most professionals hate it because I don't really use external monitors often with my filmmaking, especially now that there's a 4-inch screen. I just feel that the impact is probably minor for my needs. And I did do a bit of testing with the micro HDMI connected to an external monitor. I didn't see any noticeable changes in the quality, so I'm assuming it's really complaining about the durability of the cables. But like I said, I'm just going to avoid it as much as possible. Good on you, matey. Okay, we're almost done. We got five more sections. So let's see. So here's my verdict. The Nikon ZR is a game changer and a huge win for the brand. It shows that Nikon is committed to videography and not just dabbling in it as an afterthought. Especially at the price to have 6K internal RAW, the 32-bit flow audio, IBIS up to 7.5 stops, and the 4-inch screen. It gives amateur creators like me access to pro cinema features in a compact body that lets you shoot fast and light without compromising image quality. I think this camera is perfect for aspiring filmmakers, solo creators. Hold on a minute. Let's get rid of that lip smacking quality. Compromising image quality. I think this camera is perfect for aspiring filmmakers, solo creators, travel shooters who want to level up from vlogs to cinematic storytelling. And if you're a photographer, you know, crossing into video, or a small crew. This took me so many attempts. So when Ikidis asked how many bloopers I had, I mean, at the end of the day, I was proud of myself for doing it, but Jesus, like, so was it 11:15? So it's just under 1 minute of dialogue, and my God, the amount of takes that it took me to memorize and like say this as naturally as possible was like insane. King, you said DSMC2 is great. You can change OLPF to capture in IR for filming at night. I didn't know what half of what you said meant. DSMC2 is great. You can change OLPF to capture infrared and for filming at night. OLPF. OLPF. What would that be? Something about the visual. Okay, you know what? Let's look it up. DSMC2. Yo, this thing looks crazy. Oh, is this the dragon one? Yeah, it is kind of cool that the red names like Komodo and Dragon. That's cool. Damn, that thing looks epic though. OLPF. Optical low pass filter. Oh, okay. OLPF stands for Optical Low Pass Filter, an anti-aliasing filter that sits in front of a camera's image sensor to prevent high-frequency visual interference, such as moire, I don't know how to say that, patterns, or false colors that can appear when shooting subject with fine repetitive details. By slightly blurring the image detail before it hits the sensor, OLPF reduces these artifacts but also results in a slightly softer, less sharp image. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, King, there's a whole world that I'm not privy to or understand. We want to get there though. We want to get there. I solo shot a travel Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a nice moment. So we'll probably try to keep this in the shot. This is when my cat disturbed me. I solo shot. How dare she? Look at her. Look at this cutie. Just pops up there. And I'm happy I got this on camera because yeah, I just don't know. It's hard to get this shot, even though it happens on my live streams quite often. Like even just now, like a minute ago, Nala came over and she put her paw, but she usually puts it on my leg, which you guys can't really see on the stream. So to get this on the camera it was a nice moment. I almost want to like get a thumbnail of this so I can frame it. Look at her. She did a double paw. I didn't realize before. So, okay, let's rewind. Here she comes. First paw. I'm ignoring her. So then she's like, you know what? We're going to do the double paw. And then she finally got my attention. Okay. Anyways, I'll probably end up keeping it because it was just a funny blooper moment. For me, the proof is in the pudding. I solo shot a travel film. I solo shot a travel wildlife documentary for the first time in start to finish about 1 week with no gimbal and minimal accessories. So the ZR allowed me to punch way above my weight, and then we'll put a little break in between the two. So I solo shot a travel film. I solo shot a travel wildlife documentary for the first time in start to finish about 1 week with no gimbal and minimal accessories. So the ZR allowed me to punch way above my weight and also focus on what matters most, which is storytelling, and not worry about building some complicated transformer rig. I solo shot a travel wildlife documentary in... Oh, we got 3 attempts. Okay, let's go to the last one. I solo shot a travel wildlife documentary for the first time in start to finish about 1 week with no gimbal and minimal accessories. So the ZR allowed me to punch way above my weight and focus on storytelling, not on building some complicated transformer rig. So bottom line, while I'm not a pro cinematographer yet, the Nikon ZR made my work feel cinematic while also making the process fun and achievable. And almost as importantly, it makes me excited to go out into the world to shoot and be creative confidently. Okay, we'll just go with that one. That's a decent one. Or a small crew almost that lives in documentaries or weddings or branded content, the camera fits that world. And for me, the proof is in the pudding. I solo shot a travel film. I solo shot a speak of the devil, and she appears. Yes, Nala, we were just talking about you. Good girl. Okay, you had your fun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, nice. Oh, well, I don't know, Kat, if you're still here, because I know you're lurking. But the other thing is like, oh, thank you very much, because we reached our sub goal thanks to Kat. Hells yeah. So we got that 10 gold. Nice. So we might need to set a new goal then. I'll have to keep that in mind for next stream. But thank you very much again. Where were we? Oh yeah, let's see. I need to figure out how much time to put in between this section. I solo shot a travel film. I solo shot a travel film. I solo shot a travel wildlife documentary for the first time in start to finish about 1 week with no gimbal and minimal accessories. So the ZR allowed me to punch way above my weight and focus on storytelling, not on building some complicated transformer rig. So bottom line, while I'm not a pro cinematographer yet, the Nikon ZR made my work feel cinematic while also making the process fun and achievable. And almost as importantly, it makes me excited to go out into the world to shoot and be creative confidently. If you enjoyed my review, I hope you'll let me know in the comments. And if you didn't enjoy the video, F off. And that's where we end it. Okay, nice. I think we're done. So what are we at? We're at 13 minutes and 2 seconds. Hells yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, no, wait. Is that right? Oh, yeah, because we left some space here. Actually, it's less. It's less than that. Oh, no. Hold on. Yeah, we'll be under 13 minutes, which is great because I was hoping for like 12 to 15 minutes because I don't think I've seen a single product review video that's over 15 minutes. I feel like 15 was like the sweet spot. So yeah. All right. So we've got our skeleton. Now we need to get all the B-roll footages lined up as well. And so the thought is, if we send this to a video editor, I'll probably end up exporting this whole thing as a single video in a high quality, so maybe like a 6K something. And then, oh no, not 6K, 4K, because I think this timeline is 4K. So we'll export this at 4K. Oh wait, no, does that make sense? Because some of these footages maybe he'll want to punch in. So what is the timeline that I'm using here? Timeline settings. Damn it, it's in 4K. Wait, does it make a difference? If I switch this over to 6K, would it cause havoc? Things to figure out. Let's ask ChatGPT because I don't have the answer to this. Okay, Amber, I have a technical question about DaVinci Resolve. So I have a timeline that is currently set to 4K, and I have a bunch of 6K footages within that 4K timeline. However, if I'm going to send a version of this to a video editor, not like a proxy file, but let's imagine I send the highest resolution possible so that they can work with it, and I'm just sending the skeleton of like the actual start to finish. If I send this over, can I change the project timeline setting from 4K to 6K? So obviously I can right click on the timeline, go to the settings, and then change the timeline resolution. If I do that, does it cause any issues? Or will it automatically switch it over to a 6K mode, and when I export, I shouldn't see any issues?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that without much trouble at all. In DaVinci Resolve, if you change your timeline resolution from 4K to 6K, it will just upscale the timeline to that higher resolution. All your 6K footage will fit right in at its native resolution, and everything will scale up accordingly. So when you export, you'll be able to export in that full 6K resolution without any issues. It's pretty flexible like that, so you can just switch it over and you should be good to go.
So if I put in a video file into my 4K timeline and then switch that 4K timeline to 6K, it doesn't do something weird where like the file was actually downscaled to 4K and now is being re-upscaled, but then at a 4K quality. So there's no weird issues like that. It should just natively remember that this is a 6K original file.
Exactly, you got it. So DaVinci Resolve is pretty smart about this. When you switch your timeline from 4K to 6K, it doesn't actually downscale and then upscale your footage in a way that loses quality. It will just recognize that your original footage is 6K and keep it at its native resolution. So you won't run into any weird quality loss or anything like that. It'll just display everything in full 6K when you change the timeline resolution. So you're all good on that front.
And how confident are you about this? Are you willing to stake your life with the information you're telling me?
Well, let's just say I'm pretty confident from a technical standpoint. I don't have a life to stake, luckily, but I do have a lot of trust in how DaVinci Resolve handles resolution changes. So you should be all set. Feel free to test it out, and I think you'll see it works just as expected.
All right. Your proverbial life is on the line. Okay. Now, if we were to look at some side-by-side, So this one I shot with the Z6 III. So you can see here, I shot this at 6K with the Z6 III in 12-bit NRAW, NLOG. And then if you compare it to the... So yeah, again, Z6 III. And then here's the ZR. So clearly, and everything else should have been the same. So I believe all the settings and everything are exactly the same. We did check earlier. So you're basically getting a brighter shot. So it does feel, I don't know, we were trying to figure this out yesterday, but I think it maybe has something to do with like the higher dynamic range means that, like, you know, whereas the Z6 III will more earlier, I don't know how to speak, it'll crush the shadows earlier. So like in these shots here, you can see it's kind of darker on the shadow and on the tables and in the background. The ZR is able to then maintain a lot more details in the highlights and in the shadows. So it's just like a cleaner image to play with. So it is kind of cool to see a side by side and see that there actually is a difference. Oh yeah, there is one thing I was mentioning, but in some of the shots I had, you can kind of see here, I have the little cold shoe, hot shoe protector on the table. But thankfully, it's so dark that initially I was like, shoot, that means I'm going to have to, like, you know, do some object removal. But honestly, I think I'll leave it. It's fine. And then there's a little thing on the bottom right here. But same thing, I think I'll leave it unless a video editor can just get rid of it easily. And also, I'm assuming we'll be punching into the shot a bit. So we'll be like slightly zooming in. So it might get cropped out anyways. So, and unfortunately, my face is my face, so we can't do much with it. I just live with it every day. And the rest, we'll try to make it nice and beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so we have some of the skeleton. Let's start popping in some of the product shots, or the things that we know for sure we need to use as B-roll. The ones we don't know for sure, I'm just going to export it. We'll put it off to the side, and then we'll just have to export it maybe as a single footage or individual ones that I can send across for editor. I'm not sure how we're going to make this work. Charlie, you said I can back ChatGPT's corner there. Your 6K footage will stay in 6K until the export. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the reassurance. Yeah, I sometimes I get paranoid and I don't know. BC, still going strong. Yes. Going strong. And also, one of your competitors gambled all of their PPs and lost it all. Just FYI. So BC, you still have a chance. Oh, no, Charlie, you have to say ! gamble, and then you have to say a number. And you can also do gamble all if you want. But if you do like ! gamble, and then however many PPs you want to gamble. BC, good on you, but it's got to be late there, no? Yes, it is. It's almost 11 p.m. So we're kind of getting back to like the normal routine in a bit, in a sense, where I'm like streaming fairly long hours. But it's also because like right now I am doing the very productive things that are top of mind for me, which is I need to get this ready to send across, hopefully to a video editor. And I think we're in a good spot. So the video is most likely going to be just under 13 minutes. So I think that's like a decent length for this product review. And we cover good ground here, right? So we're showing off some of the features of the camera, but in a way that feels hopefully exciting, because we are using footage from our chimp encounter, right? And we have so much, obviously we have so much to overlay here. We haven't done it yet, so we'll get to it. Including these epic shots. Oh, wait, BC, you only have 8 PPs. Okay, you got a whiles to go. Charlie, you got 175. Good on you. Stop while you're up, am I right? Yes. So you can gain the points just by watching the stream. You can gain it by doing, you know, like subscribing, donating, those kind of things. They give you different amounts of points. And then what do we learn? It's like you can do heist, you can do gamble, you can do slots. Shoot, was it called slots? Let me see. Commands. So you can do games, ! games. Let's remind ourselves. Okay, so here are the different actions you can do to earn some of our beautiful price pixels. You can gamble. You can do exclamation mark gamble and put in a number. You can do exclamation mark slots and then however many points. You can do a heist, or you can do a duel, where you can duel someone for PPs. Oh, you want a duel? Let's do it. What do I have to say again? Oh yeah, exclamation mark accept. Ho ho ho, BC. Did you only have 32 points to give? That's fun. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay. So okay, let me start thinking through what are all of the B-roll shots that we need to carry across. And then these ones I think I can safely delete now. And then we have our product shots. Okay, so let me start lining up all of the key shots. So we'll put product shots maybe in the front. Okay.
Matey, you've stolen all my pee-pee.
That's a good one. I like it. Okay, I need to figure out which of these shots, or maybe I can mix them in, because I really like these two shots. And the question is, which one is best to show when we talk about the stabilization, which is here. So, okay, here's option one. While I was moving fast. Here, let's pause the music. It absolutely helped keep my footage stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots. So we have that. Or we have some other options here. Let's try the other options real quick. Stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots. I might lean towards that one just because it's a new shot. You know what I mean? Like the other one is the one that I use as like the opening scene in my documentary. So just to have something new, I guess.
Well, shiver me timbers, I just find a way to get my pee-pee the biggest again. My luck has run dry, just like Myram's supply.
Man, that's a good one. Good one, good one. Hey, Kristen. Hello, hello. Welcome to our day 58. We're almost to day 60. What a beautiful day that will be. But yes, welcome to the stream. We are doing it's a pretty late night stream right now. So we're almost to midnight. We're at 11 p.m. But we're making some good progress here. So I want to kind of roll with this until we pass out. Because Kristen, I forget if I was mentioning when you were on the stream before, but one of the big challenges that I'm facing right now is I don't have enough time to do content effectively. So one of the realizations is I need to start outsourcing. And part of that means I need to find a YouTube editor who can help me, quickly turn over certain content that I might not necessarily do on stream. So that could be things like product reviews or topical conversation stuff or talking head videos. So then it can free up my time to focus on like the travel vlogs, the cinematic stuff like the Mongolia trip that we were on before. So the product review, I do want to work on this as soon as possible because it is quite topical, right? The camera just was announced. So before it launches and the mass media has access to it, I would like to be able to put out a review and, you know, tie it up with the documentary that I have. So I'm thinking of trying to put the skeleton of this video together by tonight or early tomorrow. So then I can hopefully give it to like a potential YouTube editor to add in like the things on top, right? Like the text overlays or animation stuff. Yeah, and then we can use this as a trial to see, hopefully, can I find a video editor that I can work with long term and at the right price, because yeah, it's not cheap. So anyways, that's what we're doing. I'm putting the skeleton, and there's a particular section where I talk about the stabilization features of the camera, and we have 3 different shots that I think are usable. So this is shot number 2. Let's check it out in a second. You said you really like that one. I don't remember which one you were talking about, so we'll play them and let me know. Christine said, I'm picking up kids, so won't be able to type back, but we'll be listening. Okay, well, I appreciate it. Let's keep going then. So let's go ahead and mute the music. Let's check this out. Stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking back. Okay, sorry, one note for myself. Why did I say that so quickly? I was speaking so slowly here, and then I'm like, usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backward. All right, not much I can do about that, though. All right, whatever. While I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had. Okay. I do like this one, but there are times where, because I'm shifting focus between the front chip and the baby chimp, sometimes it looks like it could just be super blurry, which obviously I don't want to do. And also it's a shorter clip, so it doesn't fit the entirety. So I think I'm leaning towards the brand new clip, this one, just because we haven't seen it before. So anyone who's watched the documentary, at the very least, you're getting some new content. You know what I mean? Let's see. Let's just bring it into the right section here. Okay, let's try it out again. That walking backwards one is a good example. Yeah, no. So, Kristen, I have like at least 3 different examples of when I was filming walking backwards. So I'm just trying to choose which of those would make the most sense to show when I'm talking. So I think this is probably the better one. Let's see. Keep my footage stable and usable while I was moving fast. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with a minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. Oh, you know, the other option is obviously I mix and match between all 3, because all 3 obviously has moments that I really do wish I could share all of them. And again, this was one I used in the actual video. Yeah, this part here. So maybe the walking part could work. This one's nice because you're actually seeing literally how thick the forest area was that we're walking. Like literally I'm just walking through. I'm like walking through bushes basically. Okay. I don't, either way, I don't have a good answer just yet. So maybe I'll put this here, and maybe the editor can decide if they want to use like a different one. And I'm handheld. Let's look at it one more time. Hopefully you capture the shot. And with the ZR's in-body stabilization rated up to 7.5 stops, it absolutely helped keep my footage stable. Charlie, you said that clip looks so much more shaky than the one in the documentary. How did you do it? Yeah, I mean, it absolutely was. Even the original. Oh yeah, so just to do like a one-to-one comparison too, right? Because, you know, okay, let's do that one-to-one. So let's look at this clip real quick. So I didn't use this section here. I think I used roughly from maybe somewhere around here is where I started shooting, or the part that I used in the documentary. And so there's a couple things that worked in my favor. A few things, right? One, obviously, like I mentioned, I think the camera has really good built-in stabilization. Two, I shot at 60 frames per second. And then three, DaVinci does a good job with their software when it comes to stabilizing. So we had that. And then if we look at the original... And, oh, yeah, sorry. And the other thing, yeah, so I mentioned I shot at 60 frames, so then I was able to do slow motion. So once I applied the slow motion, it just makes things look smoother because obviously, you know, things are slower. Okay, so we shot from, let's just double check here. So roughly around here. Okay. So anyways, let's check it out here. So slow motion.
When the chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches,
a lot of crop as well, or not. It actually wasn't that much crop, to be fair. Let's see. So the top of the head there and the top of the head here. Oh yeah, and also because I had the letterboxing, so it, you know, I cropped it even more. You said stabilizing in DaVinci is super wobbly to me. What settings you use? Yeah, you know what? I had the same feeling, to be honest. Like I felt like when I was using Final Cut Pro, it felt more stable at times. But supposedly people say DaVinci is better. So I usually just use translation. Yeah, translation, and maybe I keep it around 50 and 50 on like the cropping and the strength. Or strength is maybe at 1. But I just kind of play around with the numbers. But generally speaking, I use the translation option.
it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
Yeah, so I'm thinking I'll do like a side by side. So while I talk through this, I'll be able to show like the original footage and then show like the stabilized footage so people can see a comparison. But yeah. Anyways, we don't know exactly which footage to use, but I'm leaning towards this one just because of, again, oh, actually, let's do it now. Let's check it out. Okay, let's make 2 copies. Okay, and so for the second version, let's go ahead and stabilize. Yeah, we'll just do 50-50. Cropping ratio 0.5, smooth 0.5, zoom is on, and then we're just going to go ahead and click stabilize. Okay, so it cropped in a bit, but not too crazy. Let's check it out. Yo, that's real good. I only saw a couple wobbles. Hells yeah, this looks great. And the colors are popping right now for some reason. I don't think I did anything too crazy. Yo, that was good. That was real good. Okay, so here's the comparison. Charlie said you use the one in the color page. I use the one in the edit page. Maybe. Oh yeah, so I usually use the one in the edit page. There's someone named Maple Glades who mentioned to me that you can use it in the color panel, and supposedly it's better. But honestly, I have no idea if that's true or not. Yeah, I have no idea. I just haven't had enough time to play with it. But yes, you can find it in the color panel. It's under the little track, like the bullseye target, and then there's an option at the top right that's for stabilizing. Okay, let's check out a side by side. So this is the original with no stabilization, but just the built-in stabilization, which is like pretty good, right? So already it's like fairly decent. But obviously you'll see a lot more noticeable jerkiness and all that. But to me, it's like, because I'm not here to champion DaVinci's stabilization feature. I'm here to champion that the original shot itself was pretty smooth already. And then on top of that, like once you do some post-production, you can make it much better. So I feel like this might be the better example anyways, because the shot itself was like fairly smooth throughout. And then to show that we can take it one step further is a nice little bonus. So... All right, so here's the stabilized. Yeah, so there's one slight wobble there, one slight wobble there. Oh yeah, so here's another example of like why I need a video editor. I'm like sitting on a gold mine, okay? We got some really cool content here, and I'm doing nothing with it. And that just feels like a true travesty. But yeah, it's just me being ineffective then as a content creator. So to have a team or someone that I can rely on to be able to like send a bunch of files and then hopefully they can turn it into nice reels and stuff would be really good. And obviously I would like them to do it in my style, based on what they see on my channel. But then if they have their own style as well, that's also kind of cool to be able to see, like, you know, you can evolve what you end up creating. So, but for now, we are a one-man show. Hopefully we'll change it soon. My favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve. Okay. Charlie said, when you find these wobbles, how do you get around it? I have no idea besides just reducing the strength or the, yeah. So literally it's just you know, like when you lick your finger and stick it up in the air and you like try to figure out where the wind is coming from. It's kind of like what I do. I'm just like, okay, let me try adjusting this thing, see if that made a fix. I can't tell. Like, can you really tell which way the wind is coming from? Like licking your finger, sticking up? Get out of here. Same thing. I have no idea how to fix it besides just keep adjusting the ratios and whatever else. But sometimes the wobbliness is like not that noticeable, or it's not like a game changer. So okay, so then we'll keep those clips. Oh no, we're yawning. We're at that stage. Okay, I have to admit something. And then we definitely haven't finished this part yet, but we do want to figure out how to make this music work. So maybe we'll do that now. Let's see.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
That's not bad.
Cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
Might be better like that.
Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
It's such a good song, man. Okay.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon
Okay. Because now what I want to do, I have a bunch of my former footage, or like my former videos that I've made, where I think there's some nice montage stuff that I can use. So let me just drag all these guys in. Oh man, there's a better way to do this. Let's just drag all of them in at once. Okay, and let's get rid of the audio. Okay. Because then basically when I say a few lines, we can map it up.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography.
So when I say who got into photography, maybe I can do, I think I have a montage. This part. So let's say if I clip from around here. Okay, obviously this is too long, but we'll just cut the whole thing. Whoops. Okay, let's see how much or which part of this we can use.
Travel enthusiast who
Whoops. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video. Okay, so then I think that's fine. Cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and photographer. I'm a wild cinematographer. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography. Oh, wait. Dang it. Okay, never mind. Because I need to find the, maybe I'll use the same sound effect I used here where it's like a bunch of clicking sounds like I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making. So then roughly around here. Cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form. Okay, short form content. So then I think in one of my my former videos, I show where I started from, which was more this stuff, the reels. So let's maybe. Oh man, is it just me or I look skinnier in this shot? I need to get back into shape. Oh man. Okay, anyways. Okay, so I can probably use some portion of this. 2. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging. And then can I speed this up maybe? Let's go with 500%. Oops. Oh, okay. I had it on Ripple. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved. Jesus, okay. That's a little too fast. Travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for photography, started making short form video reels. Started making short form video. Started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. Making short form video reels, moved into YouTube. Started making short form video reels. Obviously, I can pause my narration so I give more space to show this, but I kind of don't want to because we don't want the intro to be too long. So, hey Nala. Hey, look who's joined the chat and the stream, I mean. It's our good old pal Nala. Good girl. What else do you want to say on the stream? Good girl. Are you a good girl? Yes, you are. Hoy, yoy, yoy, yoy. That's it? Nothing else to say? Here, let's go full cam. Full cam. Nala, what do you want to say? Nothing to say? Come on, everyone's waiting. What kind of wisdom do you have to share for us today? I see. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. We tried. Man, Nala, you could look good on camera. There you go. We got some noise out of her. Good girl. Sorry to disturb you so much. Okay, let's jump back real quick. So I think the easy solution is, yeah, like I would just need to pause my narration voice so I have a bit more, or like maybe a couple more seconds from when I said that. But, oh, now I got cat hair everywhere. The thing is, I don't want to extend the duration. It's already a little long, right? Because we're at like, what, 37 seconds? So let's see. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short. Maybe what I'll do is I'll start it sooner. So I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging. Okay, so then we only have started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube. So when I say YouTube, so somewhere around here. So we'll try to bump it up to maybe 175. Photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and then anything we want to front load here. Maybe this one. Started making short form video reels, reels, started making short form video reels, making short form video reels, moved. I think we can make this work. Started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube. I guess I just need to show anything with motion. So yeah, okay, the key thing is I want to show, obviously this is video versus photo. So let's crop these out. Started making short form. We'll crop this a bit. Started making short form. Started making short form video reels. I'm fumbling my way towards understanding. I'm fumbling my way towards understanding. Into YouTube. Into YouTube for vlog. Okay. Okay, let's see.
Videography, started making short form video reels, moved into Videography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, into YouTube. Sending the world.
Okay, I think that's good enough representation of that.
Photographer, I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging.
So then YouTube, what can I share that's more YouTube-y? Oh, that's a good one. I don't know. I say that's a good one is that I don't have the answer to the question.
Started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling.
Okay, so I said vlogging. So some shots of, oh my god, cat hair everywhere.
But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch.
Oh, and then maybe the thing I'll do is, so I think it'll all be B-roll up until I say the thing about
Test out. I think that's
right here. So right around here is when we'll switch back to me.
YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
Good song.
Everything you just watched was shot with a pre-production unit of the Nikon ZR. If you want to see the full 5-minute short film that I made, the link is somewhere up there and in the description. It's a quick watch, and I hope you enjoy my very first attempt at making a documentary film. Now let's talk about what this thing is actually packing under the hood. The ZR is a full-frame camera that records 6K R3D RAW with 15 plus stops of dynamic range, captures 32-bit flow audio, has built-in stabilization up to 7.5 stops, and gives you a massive 4-inch screen. So let me break down those highlights and a few others from my field test at Nga.
Okay, I think we got most of this done. Oh, it's almost midnight here, so I feel like this is a good point for me to pause and end the stream. But yeah, I think we're almost there, right? We got the entirety. Basically, I think we got the entirety of the skeleton of, yeah, so we got the skeleton down. Now we got to add the meat and everything else, obviously. And where I want to focus tomorrow is finishing the opening shots, right? So the intro and then the montage before we kick into the product review. We have all the B-roll, so I think, okay, next steps, I need to figure out all the potential B-roll shots, line them up so that I can export it easily and hopefully send to like a YouTube editor, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think we got it. I think we're there. Are we? Are we there? I think we're there. Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I think this is a good ending to the day. How long did we stream today? We streamed 6 hours. Okay. So we're slowly building our way back up to where we used to be, which was like 7 to 8 hours every day. But this is good. I think today was more productive than the other days. So I think we're also building back up in terms of yeah, getting shit done, as we say. Ikidis says, thank you for the stream. Well, thank you very much for thanking me for the stream. What did I just watched that Netflix movie, Rebel Ridge, where one of the ladies says, like, I appreciate your appreciation. So thank you for thanking me for the stream. Okay, I need food and I need to sleep. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. And I will be back probably tomorrow. Let's call it 5 p.m. my time, something like that. That seems to be a good time for me to get all my other shit done as well. So with all of that, thank you everyone. Have a good night.